This program is brought to you by cable franchise fees and generous donations from viewers like you.
Good evening. It is July 12th, 2021. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Act of the 2021, Acts of 2021, this meeting is being conducted via remote means. On June 21st, the Town Council voted to continue meeting virtually until September 1st, 2021. Given that we have a quorum of the council present, I am calling the July 12th, 2021 meeting of the council to order at 6:31. I'll call upon each councilor by name. At that time, they should unmute and say present, and then please remember to mute again. This will allow us to make sure that we can hear them and they can hear us. I'm going to start with Alyssa Brewer.
Present.
Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Darcy Dumont.
Present.
Lynn Griesmer is present. Mandy Johannicki.
Present.
Dorothy Pam.
Present.
Evan Ross.
Present.
George Ryan.
Present.
Kathy Shane.
Here.
Steve Schreiber.
I'm here.
Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Sarah Schwartz.
Present.
Shalini Balmilne.
I'm here.
Thank you. This meeting includes audio, video, and is available live on Amherst Media. It is also being recorded. There is no chat room. If you have technical difficulties, let both Athena and me know, and we will determine whether we need to stop the meeting until you're reconnected or how we will proceed. There are just a very few announcements of upcoming meetings. Athena, do you want to show them on the screen?
I'm getting them up.
Thank you. The council at this point will only be meeting on August 2nd and August 23rd. Both of those meetings will be via Zoom, and the council committees are meeting as posted. We're going to move to general public comment. Seeing that there are no hearings, there is only one public comment this evening. In a moment, I will ask you to raise your hand if you would like to make public comment. When we call upon you, please state your name, preferred pronouns, and where you live. Please raise your hand now if you would like to make public comment. Okay, we'll take down the screen, please. Thank you. And we'll start with Andy Anderson. Please enter the room and introduce yourself.
Thank you. Andy Anderson. I am from District 5, Precinct 8 in Amherst. Thank you again for taking my comment, and we'll keep this brief. And again, very concerned about the lack of ranked choice voting for the November elections. Again, where the whole design of the city, of the town council, is for ranked choice voting. If we don't have preliminary elections, we could end up with almost everyone elected being elected by, a small majority of the town of Amherst citizens, as opposed to having a representative distribution of the voters having influence on the council. Again, the main points are that the charter we passed provided the means to use ranked choice voting. The state attorney general approve this process. We had an advisory from the Secretary of the Commonwealth that it really should be in the charter. That's fine. It's not required. We have the process to do this laid out in the charter already. So I urge you to just put this information into a bylaw. You know, if it gets into the charter between now and November, which is highly probable, that's great. Yes, I heard that you worried about not having the equipment in place. Get the ballots printed, ranked choice voting format from LHS or whoever, and have that bring in companies that specialize in tabulating ballots. They're around. There's a few of them I know. They know how to do ranked choice voting tabulations. They have the equipment. They can be brought in to do this. So there's no concern about getting this done for November in time. It's just up to you, the council, to decide that this is what we need to do because it's what the citizens are expecting 4 years on instead of another 2 years after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Athena, do we have the clock? Thank you. Ira Brick, please enter the room and identify yourself and where you live.
Hi, I'm Ira Brick, and I would just like to urge you again to consider saying yes to a moratorium and to plan before making errors downtown that are going to plague us for generations. One objection that I heard from a lot of officials, appointed and elected officials, is that 6 months isn't even enough time to study all the implications and the consequences that a moratorium would require, not to mention even how those proposals are going to fit together, not to mention if they will even lead to the future Amherst that we want. But even without that 6-month pause, there's suddenly even more planning proposals. It's like a grand finale of planning proposals. I don't know what the point is of so many misfitting things being proposed all at once. It's as if you're being measured for quantity instead of quality. And I just want to urge all of you to slow down and consider that 6 months to plan the future of our town is nothing compared to the mistakes that we might make if we don't plan more carefully. And also to remember that 900 people not only signed the petition for this moratorium, only 30 signed the petition against it. Many of those 900 made urgent pleas to save the town that they live in and are urging you to understand why ready, aim, fire is better than ready, fire, aim. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Susan Musprat, please enter the room and identify yourself. Susanna Musprat.
Hello, I'm Susanna Musprat, 38 North Prospect Street. I would certainly like to second what Ira just said about the moratorium. I think I've spoken on this point before. There are so many zoning amendments in the air that I can't believe you want to allow buildings to be permitted before the dust has settled and we know where you, in your judgment, feel that the town ought to be going with regard to its buildings and its zoning. But I also want to speak to a request that you revote the zoning referrals made at your last meeting. Because there's new information, I think that people at the time understood that the planning board had passed on all of these and moved that those issues forward to you for a referral. But in fact, the planning board had only discussed the mixed use amendment and had said it was not ready for town council. They had not discussed the apartments. They had not discussed the parking at all. There's going to be a rush to discuss that quickly on Wednesday this week, but that may not be enough time. And I think you're just pushing this thing way too fast and you've made a mistake. You should go back and revote those referrals again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Catherine Green, please enter the room and identify yourself.
I am Kate Green, 20 Harlow Drive, Amherst. I would like to speak. In support for a temporary moratorium on the downtown building. My reasons for this are the need to consider green space in the streetscapes, green space in the downtown area, the need to consider building heights and setbacks, and the very limited parking that's now affecting the town. I'd like to request a revote of the zoning referrals made at the last town council meeting. And I do have to say the council vote in all of this, will affect my vote in the upcoming council elections. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Marion Hoffman, please enter the room, state your name and identify yourself.
Hello, my name is Marion Hoffman Foreman, and I live at 19 The Hollow in Amherst, and I've been a resident of this town since 1974. When I moved here for graduate school, it does bother me to see that Amherst is becoming a town that primarily serves young people from the university and not families and older residents. 3 dormitory-like buildings with small apartments are clearly designed for students. Furthermore, they have been built without adequate parking or sidewalks wide enough for outdoor use or green space. I do understand that these buildings help alleviate the university's need for housing its students and offers a new tax revenue for the town, but it also has a negative impact on those of us who have lived here beyond the student lifestyle and want a more family or older adult experience in Amherst. I do think we need time for residents who have lived here for years to plan to remain for many more years to voice their concerns and opinions. Thank you. I do appreciate the work the town council does. I know it's difficult, but I do think this is a difficult decision you have to make, and I hope you make the right one. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other people who would like to make public comment? Lenore Brick, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lenore Brick. I live on Strong Street, and I'd like to speak to the unintended consequences if we're not more careful about our zoning bylaws. So one piece of that is the moratorium, which I am in support of. And I think that there's a matter of perception about even the word moratorium, which is misguided. My first language is Spanish, and so I love to pick apart words. Mora means delay. It does not mean death. It does not mean a standstill or a coma, as a lot of people think of a moratorium. It means pausing to consider if what we're doing, if the road we're taking is right. It's a chance to be strategic, and it's essential to planning. I think also Amherst has a problem with its perception of itself, and that we need to figure out who we are before we figure out what we're doing with important things like zoning bylaws. And Amherst is a very unique place. It's a small town with a large state university, which inherently has its problems. We're not supported enough from the state. We're not supported enough from the educational institutions. We don't have enough of a tax base. I get how hard all of this is, but it shouldn't confuse us into hasty, fearful decisions from which there's no return. One thing that I'm particularly concerned about, besides what has been spoken about a lot in the downtowns, is how zoning bylaws protect our precious resources and lands, like forested lands. And now, as we have just come out of we're in the middle of all of this flooding from all the rains, and after all these heat waves, there's no better way to protect from droughts and flooding than protecting our soil, our forested lands. And if we don't use our zoning bylaws to protect that, if we think that things like industrial solar installations is a better use of that land, we need to really consider all that. We need to really consider what kind of town we want, downtown, out of town. And I feel like the fear that we have to do things right away and to get the low-hanging fruit, the money from the low-hanging fruit, is going to be a mistake. I feel like Amherst is like a person we have to protect, and we want to be proud, we want to be picky, we want to be patient. Please don't sell her short to the first bidder, and to some choices that we're making because we don't understand our value. I also would like to request a revote of the zoning referrals made at the last town council meeting. And I appreciate how difficult all of this is, what a hard job you all do. But I think just pausing and working together for the long run is the way to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, Lenore. Jennifer Page, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Page and I live in Amherst. I understand you have a topic regarding polling locations on the consent agenda today, and I want to ask that you remove it from the consent agenda so that it can have the discussion it deserves. I also want to ask that you not vote on it tonight, and that instead you do proactive outreach to the voters in those precincts to determine the impact of a permanent change to their polling location. After last year's near fiasco regarding changes to polling locations, I urge you to delay deciding on making changes to voting locations until you can get input from the voters who will be impacted. Thank you.
Jennifer, thank you for your comments. Seeing that we have no other public comment at this time, we're going to go on to the consent agenda. And that gives me an opportunity to explain a slight misunderstanding. For the consent agenda, the following items were selected because they were considered to be routine, and it was reasonable to expect they would pass with no controversy. To remove an item from the consent agenda requires that you request that, and it does not require a second. The items on the consent agenda are as follows. To move the following items and the printed materials thereunder and approve those items as a single unit. The first are items where we will suspend Town Council Rules of Procedure 8.4. We do that only because it allows us to vote on it tonight. It does not mean we are voting on the item. It only means later in the discussion, we can vote on the item if we so choose. The first is 8A, polling locations. 8B, solar landfill project conservation restrictions. 8D, Mitchell property, Chapter 61A, right of first refusal. 8I1, long-term reservation of the public way, mobile market. 8I4, other requests for permanent changes to the public way, back in parking on North Pleasant Street. And 8J, intergovernmental agreements. 6A, adoption of resolution in support of S 868, an act empowering cities and towns to impose a fee on certain real estate transactions to support affordable housing. And S 1853, an act providing for climate change, adaptation, infrastructure, and affordable housing investment in the Commonwealth. That is a resolution. 8I1 is to approval of long-term reservation of the public way mobile market. 8J, authorization for town manager to enter into the following intergovernmental agreements for FY 2021. And they include a long list. Sealer of weights and measures with the City of Northampton, municipal hearing officer with the City of Northampton, Veteran Services with the City of Northampton and the towns of Amherst, Chester, Chesterfield, Cummington, Goshen, Hadley, Middlefield, Pelham, Williamsburg, and Worthington. Pioneer Valley Bike Share, provision of ambulance services to the town of Leverett, provision of ambulance services to the town of Pelham, provision of ambulance services to the town of Shutesbury. Agreement for dog kennel services with City of Northampton. DART, capital D-A-R-T, Case Management Memorandum of Understanding. Provision of transit services for the University of Massachusetts. Paramedic interception services with the City of Northampton. Paramedic interception services with the town of Hadley. Paramedic interception services with the Turners Fall Fire Department. Agreement for fire and emergency medical aid with multiple communities. And 11A and B are approval of the following town council meeting minutes: June 1st, 2021, regular town council meeting minutes, June 28th, 2001, regular town council meeting minutes. I will start with Darcy Dumont.
Yes, I would like to have 8A and 8I4 removed.
This is
Polling locations and other requests for permanent changes to the public way back in parking on North Pleasant Street.
okay, and that is for the removal of 8.4. Is there any other, Dorothy Pam?
I'd like the removal of 6A because I find the memo not clear. Need clarification.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Alyssa Brewer.
I'm finding this a little confusing because I'm trying to make sure I'm clear, and I think you clarified that the things that were being pulled out were suspension of Town Council Rule 8.4 items, as opposed to actually making a decision within the consent calendar. So, for example, we're pulling out the idea of not suspending Rule 8.4 for polling locations. That means that instead, given that that's pulled out, that means that when we get to that item later in the agenda, we can still agree to suspend the rule then. We're just saying that we don't want to suspend it as part of the consent calendar. So I wanted to be clear, one, on that, because this has been very confusing for people in the public who have not noticed that it says suspension of the rules versus actual actions. And I think we have to think about how our consent calendar agenda looks because it's really, really long. The one I actually want to pull out is I don't want to pull out suspension of the rules, but I do want to ensure, and I'm still not clear on what happened earlier, the long-term, which is 8.I1, approval of long-term reservation for the mobile market needs to be removed from the consent agenda, just so that we talk about it when we get to it on the agenda.
Thank you, Alyssa. And actually, it was not supposed to be there, so thanks. Andy Steinberg.
Yes, just to when you read the consent agenda, you mentioned HJ as being FY21, I believe, and it should be FY22. So since you're making a motion, I wanted to make sure that was corrected.
It is FY22 as printed in front of you, and I'm sorry I misread that. Are there any other comments or requests? So the motion is before you. The only changes are the following. We will be removing the 8.4 suspension of town council rules of procedure, 8.4 for polling locations. We will also be removing 8.4 suspension of town council rules of procedure for 8I for other requests for permanent changes to the public way back in parking on North Pleasant Street. We will remove from the consent agenda 6A, adoption of resolution in support of Senate 868 and also Senate 1853. And we will also remove from the consent agenda 8I1, approval of long-term reservation of public way request mobile market. Is there any other question or comment at this time? If not, then I'm going to take the vote.
We need a second.
Yes. I'm sorry, I need a second.
Second, Ross.
Thank you. Is any other comment or questions? Okay, then I'm going to begin with Shalini Baumel,
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer,
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Darcy Dumont,
Yes.
Lynn Griesemer's aye, Mandy Jo Haneke,
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Evan Ross,
Aye.
George Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Aye. Yes.
Steve Schreiber,
Aye.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
So the consent agenda as amended passed 13-0-0 with no one absent. So we are going to move on to 6A, which is the resolution in support of S680, 868. So I'm going to make the motion. I'll look for a second, and then we will move to discussion. To adopt the resolution in support of S868 and an act empowering cities and towns to impose a fee on certain real estate transactions to support affordable housing, and S1853, an act providing for climate change adaptation, infrastructure, and affordable housing investments in the Commonwealth as presented. Is there a second?
Second, Haneke.
Thank you. The sponsors for this are Mandy Jo Haneke, Darcy Dumont, and Pat DeAngelis. And GOL has also reviewed this. So George, I'm going to call on you first.
Thank you. Then we met on June 30 and voted unanimously to declare the resolution clear, consistent, and actionable. The one item of discussion concerned whether there should be two resolutions rather than one, and the sponsors made a strong argument that in fact a single resolution makes sense. That's outlined in the report, and they can speak to that tonight if they wish as well.
Okay. Would the sponsors like to speak to the motion? Mandy Jo.
Yes, thank you. I urge you to support this motion. There are two Senate bills in this motion. They both deal with affordable housing. One happens to also deal with climate change adaptation, but their primary is, the reason they're combined is because they both deal with affordable housing. So if the resolution was split, they would look nearly identical with the addition of exactly like one whereas clause in the second resolution. Part of the impetus for doing this resolution is because the draft CRC housing policy is going to include some strategies that include some of the items that are in these bills at the State House and advocating for them. And so this is sort of a start on that. The first bill, an act empowering cities and towns to impose a fee on certain real estate transactions, would allow a town or city to adopt a local option real estate transfer tax up to a certain percentage of the real estate transaction. And if adopted, and if the municipality has a affordable housing trust, that money would go directly to the affordable housing trust in the municipality. So if the act passes and Amherst decided to adopt that, it would go directly to our affordable housing trust. The second act, S1853, providing for climate change adaptation, infrastructure, and affordable housing investments, would, if adopted by the State House and signed by the governor, would increase some real estate fees, transactional fees that would then be allocated to two funds. One is a climate change adaptation fund at the state level, and the other one is an affordable housing fund at the state level that would then provide funding for those two things that municipalities could apply for. Again, a way to increase the money available for affordable housing primarily, but also in the case of 1853, climate change adaptation. And so it is, I think, something we should be supporting if that is something we want. And if it passes, do you want me to read the now therefore now?
Please go ahead.
Okay. And if passed, the now therefore is be it resolved that the Amherst Town Council supports S 868, an act empowering cities and towns to impose a fee on certain real estate transactions to support affordable housing, and S 1853, an act providing for climate change adaptation infrastructure and affordable housing investments in the Commonwealth.
Great. Are there any other comments from the two other sponsors? Dorothy, you were the one who asked that this be pulled off of the consent agenda. Could you please go ahead and...
I understand this is a resolution, but it is so vague that I don't know what it means. And so I don't know what we'd be saying, except it's nice to say to put some fees on some places of some amount to go for affordable housing. For example, just reading the words here, it says a transfer tax up to 3% on a large portion of real estate transfers. Well, I don't know what a large portion of transfers is, and up to 3% is not a number. And the second one said would increase deed excise taxes. It does not give any percentage of up to, and allocate a portion of them. And I don't know what portion. So it's just very vague that says we're going to charge some fees on some things of some amount, and it'll go to a good cause. And I mean, yes, that sounds nice, but we pass this resolution. Does somebody then say, we have therefore passed this, and some small group somewhere or some town office decide what percentage and which kinds of transfers, which portion of real estate taxes? I mean, I don't think that we have any idea what it means. And I would like to, I mean, I assume that it's good because good people are sponsoring it. But why can't we have actual numbers or percentages, or say what kind of transfers it would be on, as opposed to a large portion of real estate transfers? So I find it very hard to vote on something which is so vague and unlimited.
Cindy Jo, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. So this is a resolution supporting bills in the state legislature. That means those bills have those specifics in them. Adopting this resolution says we support those bills. It doesn't actually adopt the transfer tax, because we can't adopt a transfer tax right now because there is no legal method to do so. This bill, if passed by the general court and signed by the governor, would allow us to do that in the future. So this is just supporting those bills in the State House. The State House bills, if you go to them, have those specifics in them. If we were to start putting all of that in resolutions, first of all, the State House can change those numbers. And so that might put our resolution out of date, depending on when we pass it and when those numbers get changed. I can tell you right now that it's up to 3% because a state, if adopted, that bill allows a municipality to choose a number between 0 and 3%, but it can't go higher than 3%, which is why it says in this resolution up to 3%. We wouldn't be adopting it in this resolution. And the large portion is mostly single family home real estate transfers, but it's not only, I believe, single family home. In terms of the other one, it doesn't actually increase deed excise taxes in percentages. It increases it by actual dollar amounts. And there's like 6 different dollar amounts it increases it by. So it would get a very lengthy resolution if we were to put them in there. So that's my explanation.
So it just seems premature to be supporting something that it's just a vague, go ahead, do it. Usually, I think we're a little more careful than that.
Kathy, you have your hand up?
I do. Actually, we've had several resolutions that are not dissimilar to this, where we're in support of a piece of legislation that's being actively promoted. And one suggestion I would have, I agree with what Mandy just said about to put extensive detail in something that's a resolution in this whereas format would mean we were reading forever and trying to dissect it. But I think it would be very helpful if there were hot links to the legislation, and/or we just put it in our folder in case people have the energy to read it. because I, for a couple of these, have gone back and read the legislation. I don't mind reading legislation, so I see what I'm supporting. And it might also be useful for our public to be provided with a copy of that, because they might want to write there. In this case, we have a sponsor of our own congressperson saying, I love this bill, thank you, and cite something in it. So I'm just thinking for the future. I'm not saying, I did understand what this was and why it's written this way, so I'm supporting it. But I just think as a practice, if there is an active bill, either a hot link or the actual copy of the legislation for those of us who want to look at it.
Kathy, I think both of those are excellent suggestions. And I will ask GOL if when they forward things, they could either do the hot links or the actual link, because the hot links don't always work when we translate documents into
a PDF, right?
Yeah, right. So it's better either to have the link or the accompanying legislation. Are there any other comments at this time on this particular resolution? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go to the vote. And I'm going to start with Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Shanley Bellmill.
Yes.
I didn't miss anybody, did I? Thank you. So it's 13-0-0 and nobody absent. We're moving on to the citation and recognition of Officer Rita Curley, née Quintardo, upon receiving the Law Enforcement Exemplary Performance Award from the Massachusetts Department of Mental Health. Mandy Jo, Pat DeAngelis, and George Ryan, you are the sponsors. Would one of you like to make the motion and then go forward with the second?
I can make the motion, Lynn.
Okay.
That the council, someone give me the language here.
I can give you the motion. I'm sorry.
I have the motion. Yeah. If you have the motion sheet in front of you, that would help. I'm looking at something else at the moment.
To adopt the citation in recognition of Officer Rita Curley, née Quintardo, upon receiving the Law Enforcement Exemplary Performance Award from the Massachusetts Department of Mental Health, as presented. Is there a second?
I can second that. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you. George, do you want to give the GOL report?
Yes. We met on June 30 and the vote was 4 in favor, none against, and 1 abstaining to declare the citation clear, consistent, actionable. The member who voted to abstain objected to the level of narrative detail and wished that to be removed. The concern was expressed that any recounting of the event might be re-traumatizing. The sponsors acknowledged that concern and took it into account in their revisions, but felt that some amount of narrative detail was necessary given that Officer Curley was given this award precisely for how she responded to what actually transpired on that day. Without some narrative detail, those reading the citation would have no idea why Officer Curley was singled out for her actions.
I believe there's 2 other people from the, you're going to go ahead and read the whereases.
Yes, we can do that whenever you're ready.
Please go ahead.
Just a brief introduction. The citation, as you know, was sponsored by 3 counselors. Officer Curley actually is present this evening with us, and I just want to acknowledge her presence. She was given this, the Law Enforcement Exemplary Performance Award by the Department of Mental Health. This is an award that is given to a police officer who has demonstrated exceptional dedication, energy, and commitment toward their work within law enforcement and a passion to both public safety and assisting individuals with mental health, trauma, or other behavioral health difficulties. I'm going to read the first whereas, and I'm asked my two supporting sponsors to join in. Now, therefore, we, the Amherst Town Council, do hereby recognize Officer Rita Curley, née Contardo, for her actions, wherein, with the utmost professionalism and restraint, and without regard for her own personal safety, she helped prevent a greater tragedy, and with minimal force was able to get an individual in deep emotional distress to a medical facility. Pat?
And further, we acknowledge that her actions on that day exemplify what we expect, the high standards of Amherst Police Department and its longstanding commitment to crisis intervention training.
And further, we congratulate Officer Curley on receiving the Law Enforcement Exemplary Performance Award from the Massachusetts Department of Mental Health for her commendable response to crisis situations.
Mr. Curley, would you like to say a word or two?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you very much. I wasn't expecting this. It means a lot to have the support of the town behind the work that we're doing. I think I speak for all the men and women in uniform down at 111 Main Street when I say that 24 hours, 7 days a week, we're ready to take this kind of action for residents and visitors in town. And I'm glad that we have a platform here to share with residents of the town what happened that night and what they can expect from their officers in the future. Thank you.
Congratulations, Officer Curley.
Thank you.
Chief Livingstone, did you have anything you'd like to add at this time?
Thank you, Lynn. Really just thank you to the town council, the town manager for your continued support of the police department, in particular the sponsors of this recognition and award for Rita, for Officer Contardo Curley. She does a phenomenal job. She's very humble, but the fact of the matter is she was one of the founding officers in our crisis intervention team. They're all volunteer members. They go through a pretty extensive training for incidents of this type that may come up from time to time. And I mean, she handled it perfectly, and she represents the town and this agency with just great professionalism, and very, very proud of her. So thank you, all the members of the town council and the town manager. So
thank you. We're now going to take a vote, and we'll start with Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy DeMont.
Abstain.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
You're muted, Sarah.
I'm so sorry. Aye.
Shalini Bowman.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
The motion, the citation passes 12 with no opposition and 1 abstention and no absences. Again, congratulations, Officer Curley. We're glad to have you here this evening. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
thank you all.
We have no presentation discussion items. We have several action items where we may take action tonight or not. I did take the privilege, since we have an outside visitor with us this evening, and that is, in fact, Caitlin Marquez, and she is with the community planner for the mobile market. The first item, therefore, is the long-term reservation of and other requests for permanent changes to the public way, and it's for the mobile market. On the consent agenda, we did agree that this could be acted on tonight by passing 8.4. Let me just mention the mobile market is in 4 different locations, but 2 of them are in the public way, and therefore they come to us this evening for our approval. Caitlin, would you like to speak to the 2 locations in our public way?
Yes, thank you, Lynn, and thank you to the rest of the council for hearing about this issue. And I'm sorry, I'm on a walk right now, so let me just find a place to stop. So yeah, the Amherst Mobile Market is in its 2nd season now, and we just so appreciate the support of the town with this program. We got approval from Paul Bockelman and with also consult from Police Chief Ting to use these 2 sites in the public way. And these 2 sites include the East Street Common near Fort River Elementary School, and just a fairly small plot of town-owned land adjacent to the Valley Bike Station on East Hadley Road. We use those sites to set up a couple of pop-up tents and some folding tables and sell produce at very affordable prices. And the sites were chosen in order to be most accessible to folks who are low income, lacking vehicle access, and struggling the most to access healthy food in Amherst. And I'm happy to answer any other specific questions about the sites.
Okay. I'm going to make the motion and look for a second to approve the following reservations of town ways for Amherst Mobile Market dated 7/9/21, adjacent to the East Hadley Road Valley Bike Station, Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, from September 11 to October 30th, 2021, and on the East Street Common, Wednesdays from 3:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. from September 15th, 2021 to October 27th, 2021. Is there a second?
DeAngelis, second.
Thank you, Pat. And now I'm going to go to questions. Alyssa?
I don't have a question, so if others have questions for Caitlin and her wonderful program, they should go first. I have a process concern.
Okay. Are there any other questions from council? All right, Alyssa, let's go back to your concern.
So just so Caitlin knows, this has nothing to do with the wonderfulness of this program, which we are all well convinced of. This is purely a misunderstanding on the town manager's part of what we wrote in our policy on the use of the public ways. Had he interpreted correctly, the original approvals would have come straight to the town council rather than him approving a short term and then saying, oh, but it's for a longer term and now it needs to go to the town council. We discussed this at some length at TSO, although we didn't discuss the actual proposal. We discussed the timing issue and the interpretation of the policy on the townway, and seemed to come to a satisfactory shared understanding that I thought we all had before then, but I think we still have one now again. And seeing that this email went to Caitlin back on May 1st, I wish it had gone straight to the town council then so that she could have been assured of the entire season from moment one, because obviously we would have all appreciated all the work that everybody put together to make this happen in terms of all the different departments. But I do want to emphasize clearly that the town ways policy was never meant to be for a long-term period that was broken up into some of it's approved by the town manager, and then if it goes beyond that point, it goes to the council. No, if it's known to be a long-term thing, as this was, as opposed to say a pilot program we might have for something else where you don't know it's going to be successful and then you have to extend it, it should have come to the town council in the first place, just like the farmers market. And then we could have had everyone reassured that everything was all set for the season. So I appreciate the patience with the process, boring part, to get you to the part where we actually appreciate the market.
I also want to mention that on the website for the mobile market, is a terrific 7-minute video, which we debated whether we should show tonight, but decided that you should go and find it and look at it yourselves. It's really well done and extremely informative. Kathy, you have a question?
I just, I think this is terrific. And I just have a question. When we say yes to this, are we also saying yes to next year, or will they have to come back every year? So it's come back every year. Okay.
They have to come back every year.
So as early as possible, I want to be in a position of saying yes. And I guess, to the extent the mobile market could run for more months, I would also love to entertain that. So I think it's terrific what Caitlin and others have been able to do, especially in the time period they've been doing it. Kudos to you. I've watched the video and it's wonderful.
Caitlin, you have a comment?
Yes, just thank you everyone so much for your kind words and for taking the time to watch the video, which we put a lot of heart into, and I'm glad that's coming through. I just was wondering if it would be appropriate to come back to the town council earlier in the season, somewhat on speculation of using the sites, simply because this is a program that is governed by committee. And so just like with all of you, sometimes it takes a little bit longer to make decisions. So would it be appropriate to get pre-approval of the sites with the possibility that we may end up not using one for that season?
That would be fine. Work through the town manager as you did this time, and then he brings a proposal to the council. Getting a site approved that you might not use, just let us know that you may or may not use it based on your supply and your number of people you have working. But we want to do whatever we can to support the program.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you so much.
Certainly. Dorothy.
This is a general question. I've been reading some very detailed articles in the New York Times about, I guess you might call it food scavenging from major markets and stores. And it turns out that in New York City, this is very, very major activity, that the stores just get rid of all kinds of good, viable food. Are we doing any of that? Or is the mobile market more buying stuff from our local farms? Or is it getting box goods, packaged goods? And actually, there's a lot of fresh goods too that are coming from, that are just given away or thrown away by the big markets and stores, which I admit are all in Hadley. But that doesn't mean, the town line doesn't mean that it can't be done for people who live in Amherst.
Caitlin, what is your source of your food?
Yes, great question. So we do purchase, and our operating partner is Many Hands Farm Corps, which does a great job. And they purchase from many, many different area farms. We subsidize the market with grants so that the produce can be sold at a discounted rate and the farmers still get their full price for the product. And we are really glad to have a solid partnership with the Amherst Survival Center, which I would think would be the best candidate for recovering food from area retailers.
In fact, the Amherst Survival Center recovers food on a daily basis, at least 4 to 5 days a week, from at least 7 different markets, locally, bakeries, etc. I'm glad that you're in partnership with them as well.
Good.
Are there any other questions or comments at this time? Then we're going to move to a vote. I'm going to start with Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is aye. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Shalini Balmilne.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
A resounding aye.
It passes 13. It passes unanimously. Thank you for being with us tonight, Caitlin, and good luck for the rest of this year, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you so much to all of you. Have a great rest of your meeting.
Great. Okay, we are going to move on to Good. To 8A, which is the election update and polling locations. Is Sue with us? Yes, she is. Hi, Sue. We have 4 different sets of slides. Sue is going to provide kind of an overview. And then I want to mention that the polling locations that she is listing this year are exactly the ones we used in September of last year and in November of last year. So it's not that these are new, but I also will mention that we had a lot of people who voted, and we had a lot of people who voted by mail. So Sue, I'm going to have you coordinate with Athena as to which slides. I believe we're going to start with the Amherst election calendar. And Athena, can you increase the size of that so it's more visible?
Great. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, everyone. This is just an overview of some specific dates that you could be aware of for deadlines. This has been posted on the town website for probably about a month, but just reminders to people that are taking out nomination papers as to when they're due back. So September 14th, they're due back with the town clerk. Actually, if you go to the next slide, I think the next slide's more pertinent to our meeting tonight. Yes. So these are deadlines for town council actions on specific topics. So if a ballot question were to be proposed to put onto the November 2nd ballot, I would need to know by September 28th. It's a 35-day deadline. And this deadline is pretty hard and fast because what happens after the deadline is a nomination paper withdrawal date. So there's no point in making that deadline any sooner. We have to wait for one thing to pass before another can happen. The next thing, the last day to register to vote, that's just a general public. It's 20 days before the election. The state had moved that with the emergency election regulations, but it's back to 20 days. Those regulations that were passed in an emergency basis have now expired. They expired on June 30th. The next deadline here would be the hard and fast deadline per MGL is the last day to designate polling places is October 13th. It's 20 days before the election. But just to point out that if we were to move the polling places from where they were last fall, that our office would need to notify every resident affected, and we have to do that by mail. So this deadline we're asking to be pushed back an extra 2 weeks at the minimum to give time for printing and mailing out of postcards. And then the last deadline on here is the last day to post the warrant. So that's the official calling of the election. And that's 7 days before the election. So October 26th. But, I don't like to wait until the end. So just adding an extra week to be on the safe side, just in case anything should happen. So October 19th would be the last day to post the warrant. Okay, next slide. Oh, okay. So this, has everyone had a chance to read the memo?
It's been in our packet. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So basically, I'm not sure I hit the nail on the head in answering all of the questions, but I recommended that the polling locations stay the same for a few reasons. Number one, we've had a problem with Precinct 2, the North Fire Station being a viable polling location, especially during COVID. They were shut down hard and fast. That wasn't the only reason that they were a problem polling locations, which I've outlined in this packet or this memo, but basically the high school was chosen because it was accessible. It had plenty of parking, it had good lighting. They were closed for Professional Day, which I understand Superintendent Morris has agreed to do for the foreseeable future whenever there's an election. There was adequate parking. I think I said that. There was handicap parking. people that called during the election on election day, voters asked, you know, the ones that checking on where they were going to vote, the ones that were moved. When we told them it's the high school, we didn't seem to have any problem with, you know, or they didn't seem to have a problem with where the location was, that it was there, you know, just more of a question and answer. Where is it? Okay, done. We didn't have any kind of phone calls all election day on any kind of difficulties. The warden stated that the flow was good. People didn't cross paths. It was just, the location was really good. So let me see what else I have in here. One thing to consider, though, with these last two elections was that early vote by mail was much greater than vote in person. So it's hard to tell. This upcoming November election, there is going to be no vote by mail. Also, as of this moment, there is no early voting for a town election. That hasn't been passed yet. So all we're going to have is vote in person and absentee voting as in the old days. So, and it all depends on voter turnout, of course, as to how busy it's going to be. But so it was hard to tell if it was a detriment, if it was a plus, because of the skewing of the numbers. You know, these are unprecedented numbers like we've never seen. So trying to think of what else I can mention. Yeah, and voters have voted there twice now. So it's almost like setting a precedent because it's a new location and they've done it twice. I think if we were to continue to use that location, there wouldn't be confusion. But oh, and talking about the Bangs Community Center, that location, precinct 10 downstairs in the little tiny room, that's always been a bit of an issue too because it's tiny. You've got people having to go up and down the stairs or take the elevator if they can't use the stairs. It's always been kind of shoved out of the way. It's never really been a good spot. Precincts 4 and 5 upstairs really wasn't a problem, but 10 always was. So moving it out of the Bangs, even if it's just moving 10 out of the Bangs, was a big improvement. And I don't think I have anything else to say other than, you know, from last year to this year, I know we analyzed, I wasn't a part of it because I wasn't the town clerk at the time, but it was analyzed what the high school location would bring as far as, you know, public convenience, if it had any kind of downsides as far as traveling to it or accessibility, any kind of disparate adverse impact on the basis of disability or age, all of that. And I do have to say that from last year to this year, not much has changed. So all of the in-depth analysis last year would still apply today. So based on that, I do definitely recommend that we keep the high school as polling place for those 3 locations. And if anybody has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Are there questions? Alyssa.
Thank you. Having had several conversations individually with the president of the council and with the town manager several weeks before this meeting, I hope that you had some notice, Sue, as to the questions we were going to be asking tonight. And so I appreciate the memo and the 2 different calendars that you gave us. One of the things I wanted to make sure I emphasized for some of the emails that we've been getting is, I believe you stated earlier that were we to change from what we did in 2020 in terms of polling locations, we would need to notify people by mail that we were changing that. I think many people who've lived here a long time and who've helped with voter registration in the past and helped with working at polls believe that there is some default value of the old polling places, but that is not correct. There is no old default value of polling places. The old default value of polling places is 2020 voting. That's where we're working from. And then every year we work from that. I think people assumed in some cases that because after pandemic, things would go back to some magical way they were before. And as you indicated, we've long struggled with some of those locations, just as we had conversations about when we had to have polling during school, right, versus the schools scheduling for. So I think it's really important that the community understand, which they clearly don't understand, including my friends, the League of Women Voters, which is that there is not going back to the old ways unless that's a proposal as a new way of doing things in the future. So Fort River is no longer on the table. I mean, I'm sorry, the fire station is no longer on the table unless somebody brings us a proposal to put the fire station back on the table. It's not that we're removing it again, it's that it's already been removed. And so I think that's been a little hard for people to understand, that it's not just because pandemic, we did a bunch of things different and now we're going back. It's that we are now in this new situation. The other thing I want to ask about is that, and so that's just me talking, and just as it's me talking about the fact that we've now received at least 2 public comment periods, repeated criticism that it's the town council's fault that we don't have ranked choice voting. And I gotta disagree with that, because it's actually, I would argue, KP Law's fault that we don't have ranked choice voting, because we all did think the charter was gonna give us ranked choice voting. We found out later that we needed special legislation. For whatever reason, we didn't know that soon enough to get it into the hopper at the state. Then there was this thing called a pandemic, and they've not embraced it the way they did with East Hampton prior to a statewide defeat of such type of legislation. So it's not just that the town council can go ahead and make a new bylaw that says we can do this. We literally can't do it without special legislation, according to the town. And I'm sure Sue has some more details about whether or not the machines would actually work as well. But even if we had the machines sitting there, we couldn't do it without the special legislation, is what we've been told repeatedly. So it isn't that we're being stubborn, it's that it doesn't get through the process. The other thing I want to ask about is, for as the time period develops, if we could have an FAQ, because one of the things that I mentioned, those earlier conversations I'd had with Paul and Lynn, I think it's just really valuable to remind people, as Sue just did verbally, but if we have a written thing, as you so often do, on the town website that says FAQ 2021, no change in, assuming we vote that tonight, no change in polling locations from 2020, no ranked choice voting, no preliminary vote, no mail-in voting or vote by mail other than absentee reasoning, no early voting, and no extended voter registration, because it turns out they're all just no's. So that's kind of easy. It's just really unfortunate, because we were really hoping to keep more of those things. And I know that both Representative Dom and Senator Comerford know that, but there's only so much they can do. So thanks for all of your help. And if we could put up something like that, I think that would help clarify for people too.
Yes, absolutely.
Dorothy.
Well, I'm just not coming at this from process. I'm just coming at it from many people in the public have wanted a chance to talk about this. And I am totally willing to accept Sue's comments about the fact that it worked seamlessly the last time, but we don't know if some of the people who voted by mail did so because they were going to do it no matter where the polling place was, or because they didn't want to go to the high school. So I'm just saying, it sounds to me like you've really thought it through, and your plan is not a bad plan, but a lot of people seem to think it would be a good thing to have a hearing so people could have public comment, and then we could proceed with a happy election with nobody upset. I'm just wondering, is that a possibility?
Dorothy, we could hold, I believe it would probably be a public forum. But we could hold that at the beginning of the meeting on August 2nd, if that is something you're suggesting. We have received a couple emails.
I think that would be a good idea, because some people feel that there needs to be a little bit more conversation about this. And I think that we would just like to have an election with where people are happy with how it's being held.
Okay, I hear you. Darcy?
Yeah, I would just agree with what Dorothy just said, and giving, definitely not voting tonight, but, giving time for the public to weigh in on what they think about our, just going with our 2020 polling choices, which we may end up doing, but I just think that it makes sense to give some time to get public input.
Mandy Jo?
Can I speak before I make a motion, or do I need to make the motion first?
You can, there's no motion on the floor.
Right.
And if you plan to make a motion, please go ahead and make it. And
I'm
then-
going to move to suspend Town Council Rule of Procedure 8.4 for the current agenda item.
Is there a second?
Ryan, second.
Okay,
May I
so
speak to it?
4 allows us to act tonight. Is there any question about?
May I speak to my motion?
Please.
Thank you. I think the public, in theory, has had ample time to make comment because we had 2 elections last year at these exact polling locations. We're not proposing a change from last year's polling locations, and we heard, frankly, nothing bad about last year's polling locations last year, right after the elections. So I don't see why we need to consider this any further. We had ample discussion about it last year, and we've heard nothing but good about what happened last year. And so I think it's appropriate for us to move forward to solidify this as soon as possible so that people know where they're voting.
Shalini.
I feel that, I mean, what I'm hearing you say, Sue, it sounds like it's a really solid plan and you've thought through it. And we had, the only difference is, as we're hearing also, that many people voted online. So I think it's a good idea to have the public forum, not only to hear people, but also to share the information that you shared. I don't think many people might have known the concerns. I mean, of course, they're voting there, they probably know the concerns, but just highlighting the concerns. I think a public forum, a dialogue where people get to hear the reasoning why you're proposing this, and also for them to address any other questions that we may not have thought through. And just the fact that it's going to be a little different because mail-in is not going to be allowed. I think it gives a space to people to feel that they're heard. Unless, okay, that's the only question is, unless it's having that forum in August meeting is in some way going to impact or delay or impact the process in any way.
Based on the timelines we saw, Chris, would you speak to that? I mean, Sue, I'm sorry. Sue, would you speak to that?
Yes. So you're saying August 2nd would be your next meeting?
Yes.
It shouldn't impact because I need to, if things did change, I would need to know by September 29th. So there's ample time. That would be the last day to designate polling places.
Okay. George Ryan.
Yeah, my understanding is this affects only 3 precincts. Precinct 2, Precinct 4, and Precinct 10. And I don't think anyone, it's like hard for me to imagine anyone would have any argument with Precinct 2. So it seems to me we're really talking about Precinct 4 and Precinct 10. And as I've said, we've had now 2 elections. And I've heard absolutely nothing from anyone of concern. It seems that part of the job of a district councilor is to communicate to every resident in our district that this is the way the polling stations are going to be. So I'm not against having a public forum, but it's really, we're talking about just Precinct 4 and Precinct 10.
Melissa?
I just want to caution us against imaginary openness to public opinion, because we can say we're going to have a public forum. We can tell people to go to a public forum, and then they come to the public forum and they say, you know what, I really want to vote at the fire station. And we say, well, we're still not going to do that. I mean, there is literally nothing they can say that's going to let them vote. at the North Amherst Fire Station. So what I think makes a lot more sense in terms of listening to the public is having the individual town councilors tell through their various newsletters and other ways, this is what we're doing. We're going to go ahead and vote tonight, and we're going to go ahead and have these same polling places we had in 2020. Remind everybody that there's going to be this new FAQ, that no, things are different in terms of not being able to mail in your vote or go to early voting, unfortunately, but these are the locations that are going to be. And I think it would also be perfectly reasonable to offer a forum after the election to say, okay, this is what's going to happen for the next election, unless something you didn't like happens now, and get people while it's fresh after the next election happens on November 2nd, rather than talking about new things now, because we're not going to come up with a new plan of how to do this. We would simply be, in so many words, placating people by saying, oh yes, we've listened to you. They've seen the information, it's there. We now need to do the outreach, because no one is going to do an outreach effort now to get people to give us different ideas for a different plan.
Shalini?
I just wanted to highlight that Stan Rosenberg is an audience and he has his hand up. And I was curious what he wants to say.
Thank you for that. We have public comment already. I will ask Stan to come in and state what he would like to say from his experience, but Darcy, go ahead.
I guess I'm confused by what Alyssa is saying. Why would we not have the option of, why would we be voting tonight? Or why would we be voting on this if there's no option to do anything different? I'm not even saying that I want to do anything different, or that if we had a public hearing that it would end up that we had public comment indicating that we should do something different.
Yeah.
But it would just require a different proposal, which I'm assuming is a possibility. I'm
going to weigh in on this because last year the town council spent an enormous amount of time on this issue. We initially started with a proposal to move everything to the high school. We got absolutely total 100% emails against that. Later, somebody did say, I would have written you in favor of it. In less than a week, we turned around a different memo. I want to recognize Councilor Shane for helping with that. And we went through and came up with the 7 polling places that we are being proposed to continue this year. Those 7 polling places were for the reasons that our town clerk has shared with us. 1, the North Amherst Fire Station, which is, by the way, where I vote, and I don't feel particularly inconvenienced. The North Fire Station is a residence. And no matter what we do, it's the only place that we send voters to that is a residence. Last year, that created significant problems because it had to be decontaminated after the polling, which meant that everybody had to be out of the polling area for at least 2 to 4 days until it was decontaminated after, and that would have been twice. So for the purpose of inconveniencing our first responders, we decided to move Precinct 2 to the high school. We also decided to de-densify, if you will, the polling place for the Bang Center. Again, it was COVID, but in addition to that, we have always had, as has been explained to us, a very small room for one of the precincts. And so rather than create confusion for, quote, District 4, which is Precinct 4 and Precinct 10, we said, fine, we'll put all of District 4 at the high school. And that's the plan that we have before us today. It's not a change from last year. The only thing seriously different from last year is many people did not go to the polls at all. They did the mail-in ballot. And so to get a real read about how people feel going to these polls is virtually impossible because they didn't go to those polls. I drove around that day. I know Councillor Haneke drove around that day. The polls were really not very active. The places that we were active were when we were using the early voting at the Bangs Center. It was extremely active, and mail-in ballots were phenomenal. I understand that the mail-in ballot question is still before the legislature, but it's not been resolved. And it's not clear that it will be resolved in time for this election. There will still, however, be absentee ballots. So let's not confuse the issue. George.
Yeah, the question, why should we vote tonight, is, I think, been answered pretty well. We have a good plan in front of us. It's been tested twice. It seems it is the district councilor's jobs to make sure that the voters in their district know what's up. And as been pointed out tonight, there are a number of new things or things that people expect that aren't going to be the case. So we have an FAQ that I think is an excellent idea. And part of that is just reinforcing that we're going to continue to use the polling places we have used now twice and have worked quite well. And finally, my personal favorite, free parking for folks in my precinct. I don't know about the other voting places, but I believe you don't have to pay in order to go in and vote, but we do because you have to find a parking place, is my recollection.
Dorothy.
One question and a comment. The question is, will early voting still be at the Bangs? No?
No. Yeah. No, Dorothy. Early voting is not allowed for municipal elections.
Will there be no
not currently?
There is no early voting.
Okay. So then the comment is, I support the idea that Alyssa had of having a forum after this election where people will in fact be going to the polls physically, most of them, and to find out how it worked. Because I agree, we really couldn't really tell that much from the last time because not that many people physically traveled there. So that is my comment, that I think we should go forward now, but then do an evaluation after the November election.
Dorothy, there's also some logic to that because after this election, we will be going through re-precincting and redistricting, and there's a lot of voter education that's going to have to take place for both us and for the residents of the town. Shalini?
I just feel there's something to be said about people's perception of feeling heard, and I think giving them an opportunity to be heard and to share this information with them in person is important. And also doing what you all said, like after this election, to get the numbers and see what's happening.
Darcy?
So I would agree with what Shalini just said. And I guess I really feel like we need to be listening to what the League of Women Voters has suggested. They're the experts on voting in Amherst. And basically what they're saying is, could you please not vote tonight? And could you please just give us some little additional time to think about this and weigh in, which I don't think is unreasonable. Sue has said that there's adequate time to do that. No reason to rush it. And it may just be that everybody says, yeah, it's fine to just go with the 2020 way. But I just think we need to let the public weigh in.
Kathy?
I have a question, on Alyssa's FAQs, and they're all no's. Did I understand correctly, there is no mail-in voting, even though the state passed a law that said mailing, does it exclude municipal? Is that what we're up against?
Lynn, there you go.
Please.
Kathy, yes. No, mail-in voting ended June 30th, and they're still working on extending it. They haven't finished passing legislation yet, so no mail-in voting.
So are we sure that they haven't, it's in the House then? It's in the House. It just hasn't gone all the way through. Is that's what's happening? There's a bill to do it?
Yes.
So basically, we don't know whether there's going to be mail-in voting. We think there's not at this point. That's fine. That's my question. Yeah. I personally never got my mail outvoted, even though the state says they sent it. And my husband's ballot arrived in someone else's mailbox the following year. So there was an interesting, literally, and they called him and said, "I've got your ballot in February of 2021. So there were some oddities with the mail, but thanks.
Are there any other comments? There's a motion on the table. The motion is to suspend Town Council Rules of Procedure 8.4 for the current agenda item. Hearing no more comments, I'm going to bring that to a vote. I'm going to start with Darcy DeMont.
No.
Griesmer is yes. Haneke?
Aye.
Trustee Pam?
No.
Evan Ross?
Aye.
George Ryan?
Aye.
Kathy Shane?
No.
Steve Schreiber?
Yes.
Andy Steinberg?
No.
Sarah Schwartz?
No.
Shalini Paul-Milne?
No.
Alyssa Brewer?
Yes, aye.
Pat DeAngelis?
No.
The motion fails with 6 in favor and 7 no, which means this will not be voted on tonight. And unless I hear objection, we will either have a special comment period on this on the August 2nd or a public forum at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you. Alyssa, Mandy Jo, and Paul.
Yeah, I defer to Mandy Jo if she has an opinion about whether or not we should call it a public forum or just have a special public comment period associated with it. But I do want to say very forcefully that everyone who voted no on this should feel obligated to write at least one press release for the town website to tell people that they need to, instead of just paying attention to our agendas that are posted more than 48 hours in advance, that they need to pay attention to this. Because I don't want to hear on August 2nd, oh, but we didn't really know, so we need some more time, because that's going to be now your job to turn people out to this forum.
Mandy Jo?
I object to having a forum and ask for a special public comment period, because a forum requires half the time on all sorts of things, and we've run into problems where we just sit there doing nothing. And so I just ask for a special public comment portion of a meeting.
I accept that advice. Thank you very much, Mandy Jo. Paul?
Is there any information the members of the council need prior to your decision on August 2nd that the clerk can provide?
Questions that we would like answers to before August 2nd. Kathy?
I think if you could put some of the information you gave us tonight, Sue, about the space consideration and bangs on the small space, and the fact that, you know, not just that the fire station was not good last year, it's never been a good space. Put that in, and then last, some of these frequently asked, answered, just a few that even if, like on mail, there is legislation potentially, but it hasn't passed and there won't be early, so that those we can put them up on the screen and have them answered and not have this conversation again. So it's not a lot more work because you've basically given us everything now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll email in.
Yep. Thank you, Dorothy.
Well, I have received mail suggesting that some outreach be done to see whether there are perhaps are some sites on UMass or that might be more convenient for UMass students to vote. The thought of this person who has worked elections is that the high school might be really inconvenient for many of those students who are used to voting at Bangs. So I don't, I'm only mentioning this because the town manager said, is there any other information that would be of use? And so I'm saying that this suggestion was there be some looking around to see if there was another option for the precinct 10, and I guess it's precinct 4, that have a lot of university students in them. And I guess 2 does too, actually.
Yes.
And one.
Alyssa?
I don't see how, as we're coming out of a pandemic, when every student needs to have a green check to enter UMass buildings, we would possibly consider worrying about having an on-campus polling place with all the levels of complications we've had for that in the past. I object to sending staff off to try and explore that concept just because it sounded good to one person. I do not think staff should be spending their time on that. I appreciate the list Kathy gave that builds on what Sue has already given us.
Is there any other comment at this time? Darcy.
Would it be possible to have the FAQ in some, form on the website or on the Facebook page so that we could all share it as proposed polling locations so that then, we can get it out to the public easier? Would that be possible?
Sue.
Yeah, I can work with our town, with Brianna Sunred, yeah, and she can put it on Facebook page. I'll put it on the town clerk site. I can send the copy straight to Lynn.
And then we'll send it to council and post it with our meeting.
Thank you. That would be helpful.
Okay. Are there any other questions or discussion on this issue? Okay, Sue, thanks for joining us this evening and for putting the various memos together.
You're welcome. Have a good rest of the meeting, everyone. Good night.
Right. The next item on the agenda is a break. We're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be back. And at that point, we are going to move right on to the solar landfill project. Please put your video back on when you return. So I'm going to quickly go ahead. Reesmer is here. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Present.
Dorothy Pam.
Present.
Evan Ross.
Present.
George Ryan.
I'm present.
Kathy Shane.
I'm here.
Steve Schreiber.
Here.
Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Sarah Schwartz.
Present.
Shalini Bellmill.
Present.
Alyssa Brewer.
Present.
Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Darcy Dumont.
Here.
Okay. We're going to go to the solar landfill project. And tonight the issue is conservation restrictions. I'm going to turn this over to Dave Zomack. We have a brief discussion. And then I understand, Dave, that there are some modest changes to the motion. And so I'm going to ask you to read the motion it should read, and then I'll make that motion. Okay? So David.
Sure. Thank you, Lynn, and thank you to the council. I know that Stephanie Ciccarello, our sustainability coordinator, is joining me. And with your permission, Lynn, what I'd like to do is just make a brief introductory remark, and then I'm actually going to turn it over to Stephanie to walk the council through the memo and the history just very briefly, and then we'll talk specifically about the conservation restriction. Would that be okay?
Please proceed.
Again, as the council knows, this has been a very long process spanning about 10 years. This is an extremely unique project in that all of the moving parts that have gone into this effort to put solar on what we call the North Landfill. As you know from the memo that was put in your packet, we are nearing the finish line after almost 10 years of moving this project forward. Originally, solar was proposed for both landfills on the north side of Route 9 and on the south side. Fast forward to today, and through a number of processes, including Conservation Commission, the Zoning Board of Appeals, the Natural Heritage, the Massachusetts Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program, and the Mass DEP, Stephanie, myself, as well as with consultation and input from Guilford Mooring and his staff, we are approaching the last steps of construction of the solar project that will ultimately be on the North Landfill. The North Landfill is the landfill where the transfer station is. And so why don't I turn it over to Stephanie for just a brief history, and I know you have a memo in your packet, and then we'll focus in for just a minute on the conservation restriction and what you all are being asked to do this evening. So Stephanie, I'll turn it over to you.
Dave. Thanks, Dave. Thank you all so much. And yes, you do have the memo in your packet, which does give the background. So I'll try to give this give a very consolidated, condensed version of the background. As Dave said, we have been working on this project for many years. It's very unique to have a conservation restriction proposed for a landfill. Certainly, you're probably aware of landfills that are capped being used for other purposes, such as recreational purposes in other locations. In our case, putting a conservation restriction is something that's fairly unique, certainly in the state of Massachusetts and probably even across the nation. So, the landfill project started in roughly around 2011. Town meeting voted to have solar developed on the old or the south landfill in partnership with a company called Blue Wave Solar, and that project was abandoned in 2012. And at that time, an endangered species called the grasshopper sparrow had been identified on the south landfill. When that project was abandoned and resurfaced again in 2015 as a new proposal, which was to develop solar on both the south landfill, the old landfill, as well as the north landfill. Staff had gone to confer with members of the staff at the Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program to discuss the endangered species on the south landfill. However, at that time, we then discovered that the species was also located on the north landfill, which we were not previously aware of. So in conversation, we came up with a creative solution at that time, which was to maximize development of solar at the north landfill in exchange for preserving habitat on the south landfill for the species. And that was, again, a unique strategy because typically you don't find conservation restrictions on landfills. So at this point now, we're getting very close to moving towards construction for the project on the north landfill. We've been through the permitting process for other environmental permits. Ironically, this is a process that we started almost initially at the very beginning of having our conversations with our new partner, which is Cypress Creek Renewables. Along the history of how that came to be is in your background memo, so I'm not going to get into that now. But I will say that they've been a wonderful partner, and we are very close to construction. And so even though this is a process that started many years ago in developing a conservation restriction, we're only really just getting to finalizing it now. And it would be one of the very last things that we would do to record this conservation restriction, should you approve it this evening, to ensure that the project is being developed. And with that, I will turn it over to Dave to talk more about what the conservation restriction is about and what it will cover.
Steph, before I do that, could you just remind the council and those in the audience just the size of the array? What are the benefits that the town will see from this project on our property on the Cap landfill on the north side of Route 9?
Absolutely. Yes. So, yeah, sorry about that. So I will say that originally when the initial project was proposed for the South landfill, that was proposed to be roughly close to between 4 to 6 megawatts. It hadn't been determined because they hadn't actually done the layout, the physical layout of what that would look like. But that was revised when we proposed to have the 2 projects at both the north and the south. The north was proposed to be 3.7, the south was proposed to be 3.3. In abandoning the south landfill and proposing that to be habitat, with technology being as it is these days, the solar arrays are actually more efficient. You get more efficiency from a smaller size panel. So we actually are going to be developing 3.9 megawatts of solar on the north landfill. The benefits to the town are multiple in that, for one thing, I think I would say that, you know, the CR alone actually would be a benefit to the town in that we can preserve some recreational value at the south landfill, and Dave will get into that specifically. But in terms of the solar project itself, there's a real financial gain for the town in that we'll be seeing a lease payment over time, along with tax payments that will probably amount to roughly $78,000 per year over a period of 20 to 30 years. So there's a financial benefit. We will also benefit by a reduced electricity rate for municipal electricity. So those are some of the main financial benefits. But Dave, I'm going to let you sort of talk about more of the CR benefits.
Sure, very quickly. And I want to say this too, I can't emphasize enough how much creativity both the town and working with our state partners. This has involved the Department of Environmental Protection, as I said before, the DPW, the conservation with Stephanie, myself. This goes back 10 years. So a number of town managers and finance directors have assisted us with this. And I can't give Stephanie enough praise and kudos for her perseverance through all of this. It's been a long run, but we're close to the finish line. So the bottom line is we do need to mitigate. There is no other way to put solar on our north landfill without the requirement coming from the state and fulfilling that requirement of putting the south landfill under a conservation restriction. The purposes, and I'll be very brief, the purposes of the conservation restriction really are the following. First of all, it safeguards the cap. We are the permanent keepers of that mound of waste that is under the south landfill and the north landfill. So this conservation restriction acknowledges that and safeguards the cap. The cap is what protects that landfill from intrusion by water and other impacts. It maintains the grassland habitat in perpetuity. It allows maintenance, annual maintenance by DPW, and also monitoring by both local and state conservation organizations. We're very fortunate to have the Kestrel Trust. They have agreed to be the holder of this conservation restriction in perpetuity. It allows for the dog park to happen. You can see in this image that's been on your screen, Area C, the dog park. We were able to negotiate with the state folks that they thought the dog park was a minimal impact to that area. So there will be a fence, of course, around the dog park, which will safeguard the grassland bird habitat from those dogs that come to use the park and people who come to enjoy it. And it doesn't preclude other things from happening. We will have a hiking trail around the fenced-in area on the cap. We will have sledding that is allowed in the one end of the outside the fenced area. Sledding has been identified as a long-term use there. Bird watching, running, and of course, if people want to walk their dog around the fenced-in area of the bird management area, they'll be able to do that. So we really feel as though we've tried to meet the needs and the concerns of residents, people who use the area, the state, and as Stephanie said, it's gone through local boards, including the ZBA, the Conservation Commission, etc. So we feel that this is a wonderful compromise that will allow us to realize some of our goals with regard to green energy and bring in some other income through pilots and tax of the solar project on the north landfill. So let me stop there, and it might be a good time for questions if there are any from the council. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. So I'm sorry, Mandy Jo?
Sorry, I was trying to look something up.
That's okay.
The conservation restriction, thank you for including the language in the packet. But I am concerned about one section, and I don't have the full reference, which is what I was trying to look up. But it was the partial reference is B5A. I forget which page it is on. Let me see if I can. Reserved rights, I think is what it was. Trails and service roads. And it says, for the purposes of maintaining the premises and facilitation of the use of the premise for passive recreation, the marking, clearing, and maintenance of existing unpaved trails and service roads to their current widths. And I'm concerned about the wording "to their current widths," because the Robert Frost Trail is within this boundary. And the Robert Frost Trail right now is extremely not wide. It's extremely narrow, maybe a foot at most in some areas, and is overgrown completely. It is not a clear trail. And if we cannot expand that width, it will continue to be underused because of its overgrowth. And I'm afraid that this language prohibits its expanding its width so that it could remain non-overgrown during the summer. And so I'd like you to address that issue as to whether this language actually does prohibit the expansion of the width of the Robert Frost Trail in this portion of the area.
If I could, Lynn?
Please.
So no, thank you for the question, Mandy Jo. The CR assumes a trail width of 6 to 8 feet, so I'm not really concerned about that. I mean, the Kestrel Trust is not going to hold us to if conservation staff need to get out and brush back, we call that brush back the trail to its normal width, which would have been 6 to 8 feet wide on the south end there where the red line is going from Old Farm Road, Old Belchertown Road to Wildflower is a section I think you're referring to, that will be able to be annually brushed back with brush cutters or by hand to a roughly 6, 8 feet, something like that. So I don't think we'd be held to the 1 or 2 foot width that it is today.
Thank you.
Joe? Any further questions? Are there other questions from the council? Okay, David, I understand that there was some change to the motion. So could you please read the motion the way you would like it to read?
Sure, I'd be happy to, Lynn. And it's a very minor thing, but the motion only referenced one of the parcels. And there's actually at least 3 parcels. So let me read it, and you'll see that I'm simply inserting 2 of the other parcels. To grant to Kestrel Trust a permanent conservation restriction on property containing 53 acres, more or less, located on 95 Old Belchertown Road, Amherst, and identified as assessor's parcels 21B-8, 18D-310, 18D-311, and to execute and to authorize the president to execute on behalf of the town council said conservation restriction and any other documents related thereto, which conservation restriction is hereby declared to be in the public interest pursuant to section 32 of chapter 184 of the Massachusetts General Laws.
So in other words, with the motion that is in the published document, we're adding the 2 additional parcels, 18B-310, 18B-311.
18D. D as in dog.
D. And is that 18D for both of them?
Yes.
Thank you. So it's 18D 310, 18D 311.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So I'm going to make that motion. Is there a second?
Steinberg seconds.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion at this time? If not, then I'm going to begin with Mandy Jo,
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
Aye.
Evan Ross,
Aye.
George Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Steve Schreiber,
Aye.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz,
Aye.
Shalini Ballmill,
Yes.
Melissa Brewer,
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Darcy Dumont,
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. It is unanimous. Thank you. With the council's permission, I'm going to come back to item C after we do item D, since we have guests here for item D. And that is the Chapter 61A, right of first refusal, map parcel ID 20C-12 off Sunderland Road. And the motion is to move to not exercise the town's right of first refusal under General Law, Chapter 61A, to purchase an 18.58 acre parcel of land located on Sunderland Road, Amherst, which land is a portion of the property described in deeds recorded with the Hampshire Registry of Deeds in Book 866A, page 196, and Book 9216, page 64, and is a portion of Assessor's Parcels 2C-12 and 2C-1-12, and that said property may be conveyed to Barry L. Roberts or his nominee for consideration of $1,600,000 for commercial industrial use as set forth in the notice of intent dated May 24th, 2021. Is there a second?
Anarchy seconds.
Thank you. Attorney Reedy, you are with us this evening.
I am.
Sitting in your car.
Here I am. Thank you for taking me out of order. My family appreciates it.
Thank you. So are there anything in particular you would like to say about this?
No, I don't think so. I think the motion encapsulated most of the points that we would have made. It's about an 18.5 acre parcel, zoned PRP, so professional research park, one of the last undeveloped PRP pieces in the town. And it comes out of a larger, about 25 acre piece. The balance of the land is in RO. And so this is just to familiarize everyone. It's just north of North Square at the Mill District. It's on the Mitchell property, leading from Sunderland Road as its westerly boundary, and its easterly boundary. This portion is that PRP zone line. And so, this, if the council has heard, would be the site of the eruptor, the research and development facility with light fabrication, but that is a whole separate process, so I don't necessarily want to get into it this evening. I'm happy to show any plans or maps. I assume that the council has seen them, and otherwise I'm happy to answer any questions.
Athena, do you want to just quickly put up the map?
Perfect. So there you go. And at the bottom of your screen, you'll see the North Square. You'll see Coles Road. And so then this is just north. It is highlighted in red, and obviously the commercial zoning district is typically in red under the zoning map. But this portion that Athena just outlined is in the PRP, as I mentioned. You can see that the land itself runs from Sunderland Road on its westerly boundary all the way to Montague Road on its easterly boundary, but that portion which is in the RO is not part of the request for the town to waive their right of first refusal.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and ask Chris Brestrup and to just talk about the planning board's report and vote on this.
The Planning Board reviewed this request at their meeting on July 7th, and there were six members present. One member was absent. And the planning board voted in favor of not exercising the right of first refusal, 0 opposed, and 2 people abstained, Ms. McGowan and also Doug Marshall. And Tom Long was absent. And I can read the other names to you if you care to know who they were.
That's sufficient. Thank you. David, would you please report on the Conservation Commission?
Sure. Thank you, Lynn. I think in your packet also is a memo from the Conservation Commission at their meeting on July 8th. The Conservation Commission made the following motion: moved by Devlin Gauthier to advise the Town Council exercise the right of first refusal on the Mitchell family parcel in North Amherst. The vote was 5 in favor, 1 against.
Okay. I'd like now to ask the council if they have questions of either Attorney Reedy or Chris or David. Alyssa.
This is a process issue that I've already raised with the town manager, and I appreciate that it was addressed in our packet as a revision. You heard Chris offer to read names earlier. That was not my point. My point was that when we got written reports, that they show the actual names of the members on the committee who are voting and the ones who are absent. The Conservation Commission is silent on why there are only 6 names listed, and it would be great if in future that was clearer, because we can never tell if that means there's a vacancy or someone was just absent, because people do like to look back at these documents and figure out what happened without having to pour through town records as to who was present at an individual meeting, especially given that minutes are typically not available when these reports are written. So I appreciate that we went back and added that information in for the planning board, and that the Conservation Commission listed most of that information already. It's really valuable.
Thank you. Dorothy?
I would like Lawyer Reedy to do what was done in the past, which is how the access into the site, the exit, what the difference between the red outlined thing and the yellow is for the red. And I think there was some question about wetlands. And I remember we had a detailed discussion of this, but it was a long time ago. And just for the sake of those watching, I'm just wondering if we could get a better sense of where things might be.
Attorney Reedy?
Sure. And just so I'm clear, would you just like me to talk about the existing map on the screen in
Yes.
the land? Okay. And so then maybe, Athena, I'll need a little bit of your help. So you'll see Sunderland Road, which is on the westerly side of the property, running north-south direction. There is, at the southerly portion of the property, southwesterly portion of the property, a farm road that ultimately traverses from west to east. There is a red line that you see that transects the property. That is a stream. We're having the wetlands delineated currently through a notice of resource area delineation. I suspect that it's a perennial stream. And so there will be an associated riverfront buffer, riverfront area rather. And I think it's also, there might be some floodplain there as well. There is an existing crossing. I don't want to get too far afield, but I would suspect that there will be a upgraded crossing for any ultimate development of the site. There are some wetlands on the site as well, but again, we haven't had them completely mapped, so I can't tell you what the extent of those wetlands are, and we'll obviously go through the Conservation Commission through an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation to set the resource area. The red outline shows the boundaries of that portion of the property that we are requesting to be withdrawn from 61A, and then that the town waives its right of first refusal. You'll see just to the north is PRP land. I believe that's a solar field currently. And so this, if I hadn't highlighted in yellow, if I knew how to do it in another color, I would have, but this is the color I think that we're dealing with. So if you have other questions, I'm not trying to avoid them. I'm just hoping I'm hitting what you're asking.
I'm just curious where the building would be.
That's a great question. We don't know yet.
Okay.
We don't know yet. It really depends on what this wetland delineation is going to show.
Thank you very much.
Andy.
Just curious if Dave can tell us why the Conservation Commission voted as it did.
David?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. I also want to just make a quick disclosure that having grown up in North Amherst, I have a family member who owns property near this one. And just so the council knows, if I speak about the property in this meeting or future meetings, that I have filed the appropriate disclosures with the town manager and the town clerk. So just so to put that out there. So I was not able to make the Conservation Commission meeting last week, but I did have a full report from Aaron Jock, who is our wetlands administrator, last week. And the Conservation Commission had a full and robust discussion of the natural resources, of course, on the property, talking about the potential that a perennial stream, as Tom referenced, a likely perennial stream bisects the property north-south. There are likely associated wetlands with that stream, that there are potentially intermittent streams that flow into that perennial stream, and that some of the soil on the property, particularly the soils closest to Sunderland Road, may be or are likely prime soils, prime agricultural soils. So putting all of that together, the commission felt as though their recommendation to you, the council, should be that the town consider purchasing the property to preserve and protect those natural resources on the site.
Kathy.
I'm unmuting. That actually was one of my first questions on this. My second is, if we do not exercise this and this sale goes through, is the sale contingent on the concerns that were raised? As I understand the concerns that were raised by the Conservation Commitment, there are also some concerns in North Amherst about both the stream that grows across the property, the wetlands, the floodplain, and potential for what is being proposed on the site of trucks coming in and out, wastewater, other issues. So will all of that come before the Conservation Committee and other committees to do a thorough look for us in terms of allowing it to move from the current, because there's two things happening here. It's moving out of one kind of use to another, and then we're turning it down where we probably don't have the $1.6 million to buy it right now. But so I just want to understand what happens going forward if we don't exercise, the process to answer some of these larger questions that are being asked.
David?
We could start with Tom, and then I think Chris Brestrup is still on this call, and she and I could both answer some of those questions. But Tom, I don't know, as the applicant, do you want to comment on that?
Sure. Pretty simply, and obviously Dave or Christine jump in. To answer your question directly, yes, we would be going through the Conservation Commission likely twice. The first is to get the resource areas delineated. And then subsequently, once those areas are delineated, typically what happens is we will design the plan. So we'll get the engineer to design the plans. We'll do some test pits to determine groundwater levels, etc. We'll have the architect take a look at the site as well, figure out topographically where the development could go. And then ultimately, once that is done, and I'm not sure throughout that process how much interaction is going to happen with the neighbors. I know Stan Rosenberg is on the call, looking forward and just to be a liaison with the neighborhood. So then once that first Concom process is done, we would then go through what's called a notice of intent with the Conservation Commission, which allows the Conservation Commission to look at the stormwater, look at the design, make sure that there aren't any impacts, any alterations to the resource area. And then simultaneously, we'll be going through a planning board process because the proposed use would require site plan approval. And so those are both, as you know, in town, and I've been through plenty of times, robust, comprehensive processes, very attentive to detail. So just because you are waiving this right of first refusal does not by any means mean that the project is approved.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Sarah.
So I guess I'm just wondering, with all that water there, there are other apiary farms in Amherst that are around this area, and then also in Hadley. And so I'm just wondering if, like, what procedures you would go through to see, you know, if this water then goes into, you know, downstream other farms, and then if you would work with the ComCom and, like, say Hadley, or if the AgCom either in Hadley and Amherst would have any say in it, or water is important when your farm is protected.
Yeah, if I could,
please,
Mr. Prisoner. So yes, I mean, we're very attentive to water generally, both stormwater. So after a site is developed, you have certain Massachusetts stormwater standards that you have to meet to make sure that the quantity of water leaving the site is no more than before, but then it's finding the balance to make sure that water is still going where it went pre-development. And so conceptually, we would work with Conservation Commission in Amherst, probably primarily, and if we can show and determine that the water that, let's say, is entering that perennial stream, because I would assume that that's the water that would be traveling, and I don't know the direction of flow, and I'm sorry, I don't know if it's east to west or west to east, but that the water that was entering that stream would travel where it has historically, essentially in the amount that it has traveled historically. And so I know that from what I've read in the paper, Hadley Conservation Commission maybe in somewhat of an upheaval at this point, but I've got a good relationship with Janice over there and a good relationship with Aaron over here. And so, you know, hearing the council's concern, and especially a neighboring farmer's concerns, and yeah, I mean, we're attentive to it. The Mitchells have been farming this land for pick a number of years. So we will pay attention to it, I guess is my simple answer.
Sarah, any further question on that?
I guess I was just going to say that obviously it's important that farms still get the water that they always have, but I guess my fear is contamination and runoff to other farms. In full disclosure, and I haven't filled out anything, but I do have a farm, apiary farm that's somewhat near this area, and I am for this project. I have just a big fear of contamination to water, especially when, you know, your farm's apiared and you're not going to be, I mean, it destroys farmland. And so I'm just putting it out there. That's my midnight fear, is that something like that happens. So I just wanted to voice it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Are there any other questions from the council? All right, you can take the map down and we're going to move to the vote. Thank you, Athena. We're going to begin the vote with Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Melanie Balmilne.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis. I know Pat has been having connectivity problems.
Aye.
Thank you, Pat. Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you for
Thank you.
joining us, Attorney Reedy, and also Stan Rosenberg, who has been in the audience throughout this. We're going to move on to, I'm going to go back actually to item C, the Energy and Climate Action Committee charge. This is a council discussion and it was requested by Mandy Jo Haneke to put this back on the agenda. So Mandy Jo, let me just tell you what the motion is. 2 seconds, sorry. Motion is to refer the Energy and Climate Action Committee charge to the Governance Organization and Legislation Committee for review of number of voting members, number of liaisons, number of non-voting members, staff support and composition, and to make a recommendation to the Town Council by August 23, 2021. Is there a second?
Haneke seconds.
Thank you. Mandy Jo, since you requested this be put back on the agenda, would you please speak to it?
Yes, I think it's time that we reevaluate the makeup of the ECAC, which was the very first town committee that we adopted, as it's almost the first thing we did as a council almost 3 years ago. Given workloads, given we've not put counselors on any other committee at this time, and that some of the things that counselors are doing could be done by liaisons, and this committee doesn't have a liaison. I think it's time that we revisit the size of the committee, whether the counselors should be on it as voting members or not, whether we should have council liaison potentially instead, and whether any staff members should be on this committee.
Thank you. Kathy?
Yeah, I have a real problem with this being on the agenda and certainly referring it to GOL without any guidance and more discussion. I would feel the same way if we said, let's take a look at the CRC charge, just let's take a look at, what's the scope of power in the CRC charge, because I don't perceive that this committee is working poorly. In fact, as far as I can see, it's working extremely well. It's been very productive. Many of us, this was, I think, at least one counselor, and it was, in my memory, Mandy always objected to having a counselor, having this mixed mode, that it was going to be unusual, but there was a clear reason for it. We had some leadership both in bringing the whole idea of setting goals and setting an action plan came from the council. And I think it's a much stronger role to have a counselor on it than just a liaison, because we find out more about what's going on and it can give voice to it. So in referring it to GOL, what is GOL going to do? I think it would be much better to certainly wait until after the November election, where we may or may not all be sitting here having a discussion. And if we want to be reviewing charges that we've set up, do a fairly thorough job, go through each of them with a discussion of, is it working well? Is it not working well? There may be new counselors on. So I don't perceive a problem. And so I think coming back to look at a charge without a sense of there is in fact a problem we're trying to address here. Either there was a few charges we've revisited because something was missing. We looked at the finance charge because we wanted to make something clear. So some people articulated what is actually not working well, rather than bringing up some issues that were brought when we first did this. So I really am very strongly against referring this to GOL. If we need to have a longer discussion, I'm fine with having it, but GOL doesn't seem like the right place unless there's information I just don't have in my hands. Thank you.
Darcy.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Kathy. I am going to vote against referring this to GOL for a number of reasons, and I hope my colleagues join me in voting that way. First, I can't help but feel like Kathy said that we've been around and around on this issue. It was argued and decided on while we were creating the committee in January of 2019, and then it was put forward and then dropped about a year ago. So, and I feel concerned that the ECAC members don't know that this is happening. They haven't weighed in. And as lead sponsor of the legislation creating the committee and the counselor member currently sitting on the committee, I feel very strange that I wasn't even consulted by the counselor putting this forward, or counselors. The town council has heard from 2 local climate action groups, Mothers Out Front and Climate Action Now, recommending against this move as disempowering the committee. I feel like the main thing is that we want a resident climate action committee, but having counselors on the committee absolutely adds connection to the council and power to the committee. In addition, it feels like the timing of doing this is wrong. It comes right after we just received the climate action plan, and we should be taking positive steps right now rather than wrangling over this issue. I would like to not waste GOL's time on this. We have a very full agenda, and instead spend our time finding BIPOC members to fill the 2 vacant resident positions. Also, if we somehow think it's impossible to find 2 willing counselors from this council, I also feel like the time to decide that is after we have a new council. A new council may very well include new faces who are very enthusiastic about serving as members of ECAC. So I hope that people will vote not to refer this to GOL.
Thank you. Dorothy.
I'm just going to say, why this? Why now? What's the problem? And I totally agree. This is something that should be taken up. All the committees should be looked at by the new council, new in quotes, whoever are seated after the next election.
Okay, thank you. Evan?
Yeah, and my connection is bad, so apologies if this gets choppy. So I'm actually glad that Mandy asked for this to be on the agenda, because George might remember that I came to, when I was still serving on GOL, I asked for this to be on GOL's agenda probably about 1.5 years ago. And I think it was added to future agenda items and got sort of just lost in the mix. And the reason for that is, as one of the co-sponsors of the creation of GOL along with Darcy, having counselors on this always made me a little bit uncomfortable. Opposite Darcy's point of taking counselors off disempowers this committee, I always felt as though adding counselors to this committee elevated it above other town committees in a way that made me feel sort of uncomfortable. Why is ECAC more important to have a counselor on than, say, the Housing Trust or the Transportation Advisory Committee? That was something that always made me feel uncomfortable. And if you remember back in our conversation around this in the council, we had a big discussion of, well, who do the counselors speak for? And we never actually answered that question. We just sort of voted because we were so tired of debating this charge after 3 meetings that we just wanted to get it off our plate. And so I actually went back and rewatched that meeting. I think it was like February 11th. And we talked for a while, well, who do the counselors speak for? We never actually answered that question. So if GOL decides to keep counselors on, I think that's actually an important question to answer, is so who do they speak for, and are, what are their roles on that committee? But I also want to say that, as someone who, Kathy said, well, what is the problem? As someone who served as a counselor on ECAC for about 1 year, I personally always felt really uncomfortable as a counselor on that, because it's a resident committee that was making recommendations to the council, and yet I sort of had this double vote. I got to vote on the committee, and then I got to vote on the council. And I also felt like councilors were given added weight over the resident members because we were the ultimate decision makers, and that always made me feel really uncomfortable. And that's when I went to George and said, GOL, and said, I think this is something that GOL should discuss. Because there's a weird dynamic that this is creating on the committee, because some members of the committee have greater power and say, because they're the ultimate ones who get to vote on this down the road. And so I actually think this is a good conversation for GOL to have. And I think this is different than, well, we should discuss all committee charges, because we designed this committee very specially. And we created this unusual dynamic. And if we decide to keep counselors on, great, but I think that we need to talk about who do they speak for, what are their roles on the committee, and how can we make sure that they are not given added weight. And that's why I always sort of like the idea of liaisons better, because they are there as a conduit and a connection, but they don't have that additional gravity on the committee, on a committee that's meant to be a resident committee. So I actually think this is a good conversation for GOL to have.
Lisa?
I'm a bit, shy of this given what happened to Oka back in the day. So I'm a bit shy of anybody reviewing anybody's committee because that was such a horrible, painful process. But at the same time, I'm really disturbed to hear counselors talking about not reviewing all of our other council committees, right? Not all the committees, but just our council committees until after the election. We absolutely have to do that, at least between the election and the seating of the next town council. We can't just leave that up to the next town council to guess whether or not they thought we had effective committees in the first 3 years of the previous town council. So we have work to do in that area that definitely needs to be done before January, although I could see waiting until after November. But in terms of this committee, I share what Evan has just said in terms of the discomfort level. And I think that one of the reasons I was okay with it, as it turned out, when we ended up with 2 counselors on it for a while, was it was such an important value of the community, and council was new, and we didn't know what the staff support would look like. And so if this was a committee that was doing this work that didn't have Stephanie Ciccarello associated with it, then I would think it would be like more important to have somebody like Paul or a town councilor there. But I believe as it's evolved over time, it is definitely worth considering for the specific reason that Evan talked about, which is, why should a counselor get a vote on this committee when it's a community committee like Conservation Commission, Historical Commission, Housing Trust, all the other things? We'd love to have votes on all of those committees too, but we don't get them. So I don't see how we're a value add there. I see us as a liaison that would be valuable. But since this has specific staff support, I'm not sure what a counselor adds that isn't detracted by the fact that a counselor has a vote. I don't think it has anything to do with the wonderful service that Darcy's provided. It's just the message it sends and the power dynamic it provides. And I think that if what we're really saying is we think all the committees that we might create should have a counselor on them, because counselors should get, I think what we're referred to as double votes, then I guess that's a direction to go in. But I think it is a worthwhile GOL conversation without it being insulting to anybody.
Pat?
Yes, thank you. The primary voice on a town committee should be a resident voice. It's one of the major ways residents can shape policy, guide council members on ECAC, has given the committee enhanced significance, power, and gravitas. In what sense? Why the diminishment of resident knowledge, commitment, voice, etc.? This enhanced significance and power is problematic. It has the potential
I know Pat's been having connectivity problems all night.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with my computer. I don't know what was said and what wasn't. Or what was heard.
Did we let her start over?
Yeah,
I'll try. I'm not sure it'll, yeah. Basically, the primary voice on a town committee should be a resident voice. And I'll make it shorter. I'm particularly troubled by the statement that having council members on ECAC has given the committee enhanced significance, power, and gravitas. In what sense? Why the diminishment of resident knowledge, commitment, voice, etc.? This enhanced significance and power is problematic. It has the potential to stifle resident voices and drive agendas and decisions which are the residents' right to make. Councillor voices can be given too much weight and significance, and I see that, as I said already, problematic on many levels. I'd like to see this go back to GOL.
Thank you. Shalini.
Yeah, I also want to offer what we've been hearing from the BIPOC community, that how having council members in committees makes it less safe sometimes, the power dynamics for people of color and different members to speak up. So I wanted to offer that. And I think I myself have shifted in my position about this over time. If you all remember, when we were talking about an economic development committee long ago, and I wanted it to be blended with counselors and residents, and having, you know, heard and seen and been in these committees, I do realize now that we do carry power, or at least a perception of power. And so I think it's important to be supportive in a way that committees can function most effectively. And I think what I'm hearing is that it's when we can come up as a liaison, or but not be in the committee. So the question I do have is about the timing, and I don't know, you know, when this discussion should happen or when this decision should happen, but I do see sense in what's being proposed.
Dorothy?
Well, I guess I'm confused by this, because I thought that this committee was so important. We started with it, and that one of the reasons we had counselors on it was that we were saying this is a major value of this elected town council. And so I would say, if that seems to make people uncomfortable, I would suggest that we go and make it like the finance committee, make it a council committee, because I always felt this was not just another town committee. I thought this was a statement of our value as we came in as new councilors. This was one of our first goals and primary objects. So you could make it a council committee, like the finance committee, which has resident members who, I have to tell you, have really been adding a tremendous amount. And Andy will tell you that the value of their service is great. So I feel that this is kind of going in the opposite direction, that we would be then taking away some of our major statement and dedication that we all made when we came on board. And that is why we had this as a special, a special configuration of a committee. So that's my 2 cents.
Kathy?
I think Dorothy just said most of what I wanted to say, but I think this committee is different. And unless ECAC has asked us to do this, I'm not sure why we have to presume that they feel overwhelmed by the presence of a counselor. If anything, it's a much tighter link. And I'm speaking as a liaison to the Community Preservation Act. What does that mean? That means I sit in the public audience, and I'm extremely careful, because Alyssa admonished us, as others did, is what is the liaison's role? They're to sit there, to listen and carry information back, but I do not join in any discussions at all. I am really careful. The only time I would ever join is someone says, when is this coming up on the council? Can you check on a date for us? I've been very circumspect, even though there are times where I have a strong opinion or would love to say more. I know I'm not supposed to as a liaison, and that's resulted in some people calling me up and said, what did you think about that project? So I think there's a real value to this, unless ECAC itself, unless the members have said, there's an imbalance here, this isn't working well. I'll just stop there. And the one other, I know this is not the same thing, but Steve and I serve on the elementary school building committee. I don't feel like we are cowing other people in some way from speaking. I feel, I certainly felt that way on the ad hoc committee on Percent for Art, where we had residents on. I felt like we were co-equals because we were all learning fast. We were trying to get deeply into the issue. This is that kind of a committee where you want a knowledgeable person. So if we had no counselor with any depth in this issue, I think we could be revisiting it. Just putting someone on there for the sake of warming a seat doesn't make sense to me. But we have a counselor who has a lot of depth and a lot of history. And I think it's a shame not to use that knowledge, that expertise, when we're thinking about committees that have this kind of scientific content. And my last thing, because I'm running out of seconds, is my sense is that many people in this committee are leading. We have real leaders. We've had multiple people speaking to us. It's often not the counselor's voice. We're hearing the ECAC voice. The chair and other people on the committee have weighed in multiple times. So I think we've done a fantastic job of bringing an incredible group of people together. So unless they're saying it's not working well for them, I'll stop there.
Darcy?
Yeah, I would just agree with what Kathy just said, and I can tell you that the members of ECAC are not cowed by me in the least, and they have tremendous expertise. If anything, I'm cowed by them, but I can provide, as a counselor, I can provide a lot of service to the committee, and I think that if we were to ask them, they would be able to give examples of how that has been helpful. So I guess I just feel like if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Sarah, you had your hand up, and you are the other actual member on this committee.
Yeah, so I had my hand up, and I feel like this is kind of tricky for me because I haven't gone to a meeting of ECAC, even though I'm the other council member. I went for probably the first 4, and I will tell you that I myself did not feel like I was instrumental in meetings. I didn't know enough. I think my asking to be on it, I'll be honest. I'm just going to be really honest here. I think that we should have counselors on this committee, and I said that I wanted to do it because I wanted to make sure that we had counselors on. I didn't see anybody in ECAC who felt like they were being overly cowed or influenced or couldn't say what they wanted to say. I feel like they definitely said what they wanted to say, and they were smart enough to, not need the input of someone who didn't know what they were talking about. But so for me, what this comes down to is a couple of things. One of which is I do resent what happened to Oka. And I do feel like other people decided that it, of course, we ultimately voted on it, right? So that's the majority. But it really felt hostile to have other people say, well, I don't think this is working, and this is what I think we should do about it. And the fact that ECAC has not come to us and said that there's a problem, that they want to change it, it does feel weird for us to just be saying, I don't think we should do this. And I think saying it, we only have 6 months left of this current council also feels weird to me. And I know that Evan, I value what Evan has to say, I also heard from people that were on ECAC that they felt like Evan actually added a lot to that committee and that he asked a lot of good questions that maybe people who were super had so much information would not have thought about asking, like a simple question. And also that he added just a nice stability to ECAC and kind of rounded it out. And I'm a bad example, right? If you want to look and say, oh, Sarah hasn't even gone, right? Yeah, I'm a bad example, but I think that we should, I don't think we should change it when ECAC hasn't asked us to.
I would like to point out that at this point, the motion is on the floor for a referral. Once the committee decides, it comes back with a recommendation and the council votes, then we need to also decide on and go through the process, because Darcy's term is actually at this point on a continuing basis until replaced, because her term actually ended the end of June. And Sarah, your term continues at this point. Shalini.
I think if you're waiting for ECAC to come and tell us is problematic, because if there is power dynamics, they will not be able to come. What are they going to say? Oh, we don't want the two counselors. So I don't think that should be a criteria for deciding. I think we need to think about this just independently. I know we have, like, it feels odd to be discussing this, and this is in no way meant to be disrespectful to Darcy and the tremendous work she has done and even initiated this committee. But I think just thinking objectively, how do we create committees that are empowered and can function independently without, and we know that, we've heard that from so many people, that we do make a difference. Just our presence makes a difference in a committee. So, and I don't think that it means that we don't think this is important enough. Equity is an important thing to us too, but that doesn't mean we should have a council in this community safety working group, or some other committee, right? So I don't know. I think we need to just look at this in a very objective way.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded for referral to GOL. If there's no other discussion, we're going to move to the vote. I'm going to start with Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
No.
Steve Schreiber.
No.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Sarah Schwartz.
No.
Shalini Bowmilne.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
No.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
No.
So it is 8 in favor, 5 noes, no abstentions, no absence. Did I get that correct, Athena?
Yes, that's what I have.
Thank you. We are going to now move on to zoning bylaw, Article 15, inclusionary zoning. This is the second reading. We had a full discussion. I'm sorry, Dorothy, you have your hand up.
This is a question of information. To my memory, this is the only committee that the council created that was not a council committee. We didn't, the town manager created the community safety working group. Is that right? I mean, I may be totally wrong.
It
but
is the only committee we created, but it is in fact a committee appointed by the town manager.
We've now created the assembly, the reparations assembly too.
Thank you. We did. And
thank you,
Mandy Jo. We also, there have been at least one ad hoc committee.
And we created the districting advisory board, but that was required by the charter.
Great, thank you. Okay. All right, ready to move on? Okay, we're going to go to zoning bylaw, Article 15, inclusionary zoning. This is the second reading of the bylaw. Is there any discussion at this time? Mandy Jo.
I just want to make the motion. I move to amend zoning bylaw Article 15, inclusionary zoning, by deleting the language in red strike through text and adding the language in italic bold text as follows. And I'm not going to read the whole thing.
Is there a second?
Shane seconds.
Thank you. All right. Is there any other questions or comments? Mandy Jo?
Nope.
Anybody else? Thank you for moving this along. We are then going to go to the vote. And we did not need to do 8.4 because we discussed this last time. So we're starting with George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Shalini Ball-Milne.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the moratorium. The motion is as following. I'll be looking for a second to adopt zoning Article 16 temporary moratorium for 180 days on building permits for construction of residential buildings with 3 or more dwelling units as follows. And again, I'm not going to read the whole article. Is there a second?
Second it.
Thank you, Darcy. Further discussion at this time? Dorothy Pam.
Just for the record, I want to say that I have so many letters and people speaking to me day after day about the need for this moratorium. There's such a strong feeling that the zoning revision process is out of whack and that the planning department proposes a zoning amendment. It gets criticized, it goes back, it comes back in a different shape. You never know what form it's going to be, so that things that you thought were there are no longer there. It is complete, I would say at this point, chaos and confusion. And some of the zoning amendments are so stripped of specifics that I say, I wonder why we even having this in the first place. There were a lot of good work was done by the planning department, and it has been, most of that has disappeared. So people who have followed this, and I know a lot of people who go to all the planning board meetings and listen to these things, are very upset and feel that this is a rush to create new amendments that are not going to serve us. They're not going to do well. And so, although I realize this is in vain, I am just stating this because it's believed and held strongly by a lot of people. Thank you.
Darcy.
Yeah, I've spoken on this several times now, so I won't go over what I've said before. I just would wonder why we would not wait to hear from a design consultant and from stakeholders, including residents in general, and to thoughtfully consider how each of the elements that we're looking at for zoning fits into the big picture. The piecemeal rushed approach we're seeing right now, which seems to omit even the planning board input, doesn't appear to me to be going to end well. So I guess I would just say, I hope voters are watching us tonight.
Andy.
This is a difficult one because I read all of the letters that we receive, and there have been a lot of them on this topic. A smaller number opposed and a much larger number in favor. Speaking first to the opposed, the basic argument is a very strong one that we have had a problem as a town of being perceived as anti-business, anti-growth, and have discouraged some developers from coming forward. I think that that is something that I have observed in town meeting, in my days of town meeting and select board, and continuing into council. And I think it's something we need to be conscious of. At the same time, I hear a tremendous amount of unhappiness with the way our current zoning has allowed certain development to happen, and the lack of input into what the shape of downtown is going to be. I think that ultimately I come to the conclusion, though, that because the planning process can continue and special permits can be issued, the only thing that a moratorium would do is to stop a building permit from being issued. That it really, that moratorium does not affect the goals of the people who are proponents and have stated very strong concerns that I think are things we need to worry about, but it does in the end feed the concerns of the people who've been in opposition. And I think that that ultimately is what we should be thinking about as to whether this proposed moratorium addresses the real concerns that we heard so much about.
Kathy?
You know, Andy, I think you're right about what are the real concerns here and why have 900 people signed on to this. They're watching a process that they don't perceive as flowing in any careful, logical, planned way. Many of them have looked at other towns who do grow and say they've talked about what they want and tried to design both streetscape and not push developers away, but really work with developers. So the reaction is if we take a pause, maybe we will be more thoughtful and more careful about what we put in. It was a reaction to a feeling of onslaught. And I just have to really praise the planning staff. We got the inclusionary zoning proposed to us because it's been in the pipeline for a really long time. And they said, let's bring it forward. There was a lot of support for that. So in terms of the wording, if anyone wants to suggest some minor wording changes, such as what the intention was all permits as well as building permits, and lay people thought building permits covered all permits, we can amend that. But the notion was a pause. It wasn't to stop growth. And it's sending a long message, and it goes with the other zoning changes we are going to be considering because they are moving out to public hearing, and I'll speak to that later. A feeling that it's rushed, that they don't always fit well together. Because I took extra time, I watched one of the proposals on mixed use buildings when it came from planning staff. It had some wonderful features in it, and we as a council never saw them. They got stripped out at the CRC level, I assume. That was opposition.
I have to ask that we stick with this.
I will. So I'm just saying that there's a perception that the process isn't working right to have a deliberative, thoughtful discussion with enough input and look outside ourselves to our own other people's zoning laws. We have model cities. So that's where this came from. So I think that's where the sentiments come from. And I will say what Dorothy just said, she's getting letters. I'm getting pats on the back and people offering to knock on doors for me just for asking for a pause. And the perception is that we would think more rationally. So what I'm hoping is this looks like it's going down, but at least people get the message that there should not be this rush, that we should be really careful. This is our resource, our town, our legacy, and we need to be careful with it. Thank you.
Cindy, Jo.
Yeah, so I'm going to echo some of what Andy said, which is there's a lot of people that have written that want a moratorium. The problem is what they want is not what's on the table tonight. That's number one, because if what is on the table tonight passed, it wouldn't do what everyone who's written us has asked for us to do, because anyone who applies for a site plan review approval or a special permit, even if this passes, could get that site plan approval or special permit. They just can't build the building after they get the special permit approval under this, what's in front of us. And so it's not designed to do what people think it's designed to do. And that's part of the problem here. And why I can't vote for it is because it won't do what people are asking it to do. And so I'm not going to vote for something that won't do what people are asking it to do, number one. But number two, I have a concern that the same people who have been saying this is intended to be a short pause of 6 months are then arguing that we can't even start a process that has already been in the works, but we can't start the timed process. It's been in the works for 3 or 4 months, 4 months right now, in terms of 7 if you count when we directed zoning priorities to be worked on, 3 months since those were presented to the planning board and the CRC for an iterative discussion process, and 4 months after that, a referral that starts a 5-month process. A 5-month process, and we're being told this is only going to be this moratorium is intended to be a short pause of only 6 months, and we can't even get started on some of the stuff that is already ready to go. At least the same people that are saying a 6-month pause are saying don't start on the stuff that's already ready to go that could be done in 6 months, let alone the other 6 things or whatever it is that are on this list for moratorium that haven't even been started yet, that seem to be thought that can be done in 6 months, which means with a 5-month timed process, have to be proposed and referred for hearing within a month. It's not meant to be a short pause by the people that have asked for it because of what all was listed. And I think that's what we need to say, is that was not meant to be a short pause. It's meant to be much longer, because if it was meant to be a short pause, we wouldn't be arguing, presumably later in this meeting, about whether we should even refer a proposal for mixed-use buildings for hearing that could take 5 months to get back to the council for an actual vote. We can't do design guidelines in 6 months, and we should just admit that. We can't do it in 9 months. If we can't even get mixed-use buildings from when we say it's a priority in January to a referral in July, 7 months later, and from when it was proposed by the planning department and staff in March, 4 months later to a referral without arguments. So the statements and what has been said and what is being argued and the actual votes happening don't match. I won't support the moratorium.
Steve?
There's a couple of numbers that really strike me. So I too have read all the letters and looked at some of the signatures, but we're told that there's 1,000 signatures. But do you know how many people applied for positions on the planning board where these decisions are basically made or where planning proposals are advanced? 6. So out of the 1,000 people that have signed a letter or wrote to us or whatever, very, very tiny percentage of them went through the trouble of actually becoming involved in the process at the level of applying for a planning board. We still have vacancies on the Zoning Board of Appeals, the other body that deals with this. There's a mismatch between the way that people try to affect government, so trying to affect government through these petitions versus actually getting onto the boards and commissions that, or at least applying for the boards and commissions where change can happen. The other comment I want to make is that I have not read one thing in all of those letters that is prevented from zoning. So everything that's been mentioned, the types of stores, the mixes of housing, et cetera, none of that's prevented from the current zoning. So in a way, I keep feeling that these letters are being misdirected. These letters should be directed to the people that we, the town council, are not the ones that are developing this land. The private developers are developing this land. That energy should be directed to the people that actually can take these great ideas and make this happen. I think that we're using the tool of the zoning bylaw, to try to solve problems that are way beyond its purpose. So like all the comments about the streetscape and all the comments about, things that really have nothing to do with the zoning bylaw. So, but the other thing that strikes me is that communities that try to deal with these issues at a large scale that's being described here often do so through a redevelopment authority that basically takes control of land and gives a body like ours, a town council or a redevelopment authority, basically the authority to, become a principal in the development of land. We don't have that authority. We are not a redevelopment authority. So I'm voting against the moratorium for those reasons, but also for the reasons that some of my other counselors have stated tonight.
Dorothy?
So, Mandy Jo talked a lot about months and time, and I am sure that she does know what she's talking about because she always does know those details. So I'm going to say there's a great unhappiness. People are very unhappy about what has happened. People who have followed the meetings and have seen the original proposals come out and then see how they get changed again and again and again. So what would you suggest, Mandy Jo? We have, you know how the process works in ways that I never will. But I know that people are extremely unhappy, feel very threatened, feel that the very essence of their life in Amherst is just leaving. They're finding no reason to go downtown. They're seeing buildings that are going to say, this is not your place anymore, no place to go. We use mixed use buildings in order to get out of something, and yet there are no businesses. We have people talking about vibrant downtown, and yet none of this seems to be creating it. And open spaces and Project Open Space that the planning department brought forth seems to have died. Please, how can we proceed in a way that will answer some of these really deeply felt concerns by a very broad cross-section of people?
Shalini?
Yes, so I'm hearing also what everyone is saying here. We're hearing people say they have no reason to go downtown. We don't have the businesses that we had. It's the big buildings. Since they've come, we're driving the businesses out. And the fact, again, is that Blue Marble, Loose Goose, Mercantile, they all left because they didn't have enough people coming and shopping there. We cannot blame all of this on the zoning and the buildings, right? As far as reasons to come downtown, the chamber, they're working so hard right now to create music concerts. We had the big Juneteenth event. We have the arts thing. We have the farmers market. We have the Amherst bookstore. How many people over here are buying their books from the Amherst local bookstore? And so those are the things that we as counselors could be sharing and promoting. Last week we had Governor Charlie Baker, Lieutenant Governor, and Mass Housing Authority here, and there was so much excitement about what was built there. And I heard them talk about affordable housing being a priority for the governor, increasing home ownership. Shouldn't we all be focusing on how do we attract? Like, we are sending a really good message right now to the state that we're working really hard for building these. They were like so impressed with what North Square was able to do with the kind of affordable housing they provided. And now we want to send them a message that we want to stop all development while we figure out the streetscape. And as Steve pointed out, that has nothing to do with the moratorium. The streetscapes and all of that is designed, that's a different discussion altogether. That's not going to be addressed by the moratorium. So I just feel that we're spending so much time and money, and there are unintended consequences. I shared last time that the state does not support, they do not approve of towns that have moratoriums. They will not extend money and support to them. So we don't want to be sending them that message when it's not even addressing the issues that we're all talking about. So let's all work together and figure out how do we create thriving downtown. And we are working. There seems to be this fear that there are these buildings coming. Like I mentioned again, Burlington, thriving town, at the town, opposite the town hall, the Common, at the edge of Common, there was a 7-storied building and very narrow sidewalk. Did that stop them from having the jazz festival? And why are we not spending our time? What are you recommending that's going to improve? A moratorium is stopping. What are you proposing? What are we proposing that's going to bring more community to downtown, not stop? And let's think about it. No, let's keep thinking and working, but not stop what's happening right now, because our housing is really expensive. No one can afford it. The property taxes are crazy, and the moratorium is definitely not helping with that.
Thank you, Shalini. Pat?
Yes, and I don't I don't know whether my connection will stay stable, but the main drive for me against the moratorium is its potential impact on affordable housing and home ownership. And if we can stop townhouses and condos from being built, we limit home ownership. The essence of Amherst, I've been hearing that since I first came on the council, and we tried to pass, and luckily we finally did, 132 Northampton Road. I heard all kinds of things about the character of our town and how if we were letting people in who needed to live or in single room occupancy situations with financial support or by lowering rents, that was a horrible thing that was going to happen to Amherst. So I'm kind of a little tired of the essence and the character of Amherst. If we're not going to address the real issues of socioeconomic differences, if we're not going to address the issue of prejudice against people who aren't wealthy white and who live downtown. Now, there are plenty of people who aren't wealthy downtown, and we need to pay attention to their voices too. But to limit other people's opportunity, to limit affordable housing because you don't like what's happening, feels to me to be arbitrary and hypocritical. And I'm just tired of people who wear affordable housing buttons and aren't for affordable housing.
I'm going to use my opportunity as a counselor to say that I don't believe the moratorium gets us what we want. I think several counselors have spoken to the very issue that it doesn't accomplish what all of the emails or many of the emails that we've gotten, and I do try to answer every one of them on behalf of the council, mostly with information, not with opinion. But Councilor Pam has really asked a very tough question. How do we move forward? How do we take a set of goals that we established as a council and began discussing through CRC way back a year ago, to bring them forward in December, to argue about them then, have the planning staff then come back to us with a calendar, an order of how to take things on, and have us look at that. And that was back in March. So all of these things that are coming up now have been in process for a long time. And the moratorium doesn't create the situation you want, And we can't tweak the language without sending it back through the whole process again, because it would change the meaning of it significantly enough that it would have to go back to drafting and hearing. So, and when I hear the words toxic, when I hear people say to me, what is happening in Amherst? And people saying, businesses don't want to come here. They read about this and they say it's toxic. Well, we have to decide together how to move on from toxic to welcoming. And we need to do that in a way that we are thoughtful about our zoning bylaws, and at the same time, don't send messages that, you know, stop, just stop right now, take a pause, stop, figure it all out. You know what? We'll never figure it all out. The next time we do, something else will change. Pandemic will come in, Amazon will take over. It's not going to change. We have to figure out how we can move forward. Are there any other comments? George.
Just briefly, Lynn, I think we are moving forward. We took an incredible step tonight with the inclusionary zoning bylaw.
Mm-hmm.
And then to turn around and say, and now let's stop, right? And not create any more housing for a while we figure this stuff out. It's just, it's difficult grasping it. We have some exciting, complicated, but exciting zoning proposals coming forward, whose primary goal is to increase housing production, to increase the opportunity for people across the economic strata to have opportunities to live in this town. There's no simple solution, but we're working on some really important ones. And tonight we took a really big step. We should be proud of it, and we should not take a step backward, which would I think tonight would be to vote for this moratorium.
Shalini?
Yeah, I wanted to add one other point about climate action goals, because we do have more students moving in, which we do not have any control over. And the general idea is that they can go to Sunderland or they should be, you know, wherever, but we don't want them here. But think of the fuel and the carbon emissions when they're sent to further up places. Don't we want them to be living closer to the university? And so that's one angle. And as far as community engagement is concerned, we're all working on that. It's not over. We're continuing to improve, and we are figuring out, I haven't given up on that, and we are working on ways to create processes that will engage and engage not only the people we hear from, but engage all people from all the different populations, but we cannot stop what's happening to wait for that perfect plan to unfold.
Dorothy?
I just want to mention something very important that we have learned or relearned during this COVID time. And that is one of the reasons that I'm very distressed about what is happening. We have learned that everybody needs access to green space, that people have to have a place to gather and to be there. And that was one of the major things we were talking about in the planning meetings of the planning board and in CRC. We wanted to make sure that you don't just build warehousing of people, all right? People need places to live, but living is not just having a cubicle or a space, all right? So Pat brought up 132 Northampton. All right, let's take a look at that. Those are people in very small apartments on a piece of very beautiful property that they are allowed to walk on, sit on, and use. So you can have a small apartment as long as people have access to green space, which is not just public, but it could be partly shared with the public, but has a place where they can say, this is mine, I can stand here, I can sit here. So that project will be a very successful project. But what is happening downtown is that kind of green space that people need is disappearing, that we're not having the setbacks, that the idea that, I mean, and I hate to say this, Steve, but the fact that the sidewalk was narrow doesn't mean that we have to take it out of the road. The building can move back. We just need some common sense. We have to treat people as being all valuable, whether they're paying the full rent or whether they're inclusionary zoning, that they need to have the things that people need. And that is access to green space and some sense that they can be outside as well as inside in a place that belongs to them that is safe. And in many, many of the zoning meetings I've gone through, and the planning board meetings I've gone through over the last 4 or 5 years, that is disappearing. That has always been contested. It's always been cut down. It's always been limited. And I think that's the wrong direction. So let's learn something from COVID, which is that people, not just people with money, but all people deserve some access to green space and space that is connected to where they live.
Alyssa?
Trying not to repeat things other people said, but also in response to the many, many emails that we've received, I want to just remind the writers of those emails that we, this town council, did not design the existing or proposed 5-story buildings. It's really hard for me to read complaints about things that say, you did this when we didn't do it, happened years before us, and they were absolutely the product of representative town meeting and previous boards. The buildings that people object to absolutely have, no question, provided net gain and tax revenue over previous buildings. We've got writers telling us we've never seen that information. That's just not factually correct. We do know that we've received a much larger amount of tax revenue than we ever received in those former businesses and buildings. We've been accused of rushing amendments while neglecting to mention that the moratorium was a 2018 campaign issue, yet never got brought to town council until spring of 2021. So yes, I also hope voters keep that in mind this November, that a promise that was made in 2018 wasn't actually lived up to by the councilors who ran on that particular platform. I want to remind us that moving through a careful, planned way of doing things sounds so good in theory. I love it too. I love the vision that so many people have shared with us in so many different ways, so much creativity, and I don't want to stomp that down. I do want to point out that in reality, we had a good bit of careful, planned way we attempted to implement through representative town meeting for several years after a master plan involving hundreds and hundreds of people sitting down, hashing things out, not just writing an email, which I appreciate too, but sitting down with other people, hashing things out and saying, you know, this is our vision. And then we'd bring a zoning board amendment, planning board would bring a zoning amendment to town meeting, and they'd say, you know, this is so complicated. I didn't understand the process. It felt rushed. I don't get it. No, I don't think we should do that. It's just going to be too much. So we did know what we wanted, and we didn't do anything with it in many cases. And so it's really hard to implement visioning. And we do actually know what the community wants. I'm a little tired of being told we don't know. We do know, we're just struggling to figure out how to implement it. And that's why we've had so many things that we've had in process now for a while. And I really do want to remind people that engagement in the current process of zoning bylaw amendments is really valuable. You might not have realized it going to the wonderful ribbon cutting at North Square, that people didn't want that project. Writers, the emails we got didn't want that project. Now, eventually, when they realized the select board was going to say we were going to have that project, and the developer said, we really want to work with you, people said, okay, we'll work with you to make this a better project. And that's where we need to remind people to please be engaged. Let's remember that a pause isn't going to get us a grocery store downtown.
Are there any other comments at this time? Otherwise, I'm going to move to the vote. Okay. The motion is to adopt zoning article 16, temporary moratorium for 180 days on building permits for construction of residential buildings with 3 or more dwelling units as follows. And I'm not going to read it. So I'm going to begin with Kathy Shane.
Yes. Did you hear me? Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
No.
Andy Steinberg.
No.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Shalini Balmilne.
No.
Alyssa Brewer.
No.
Pat DeAngelis.
No.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is a no. Mandy Johanicky.
No.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
No.
George Ryan.
No.
Motion is defeated. 4 in favor and 9 opposed. No abstentions, no absence. We're going to move on to PACE. This is an introductory discussion. There is no motion tonight. It will come back on our agenda if we are ready for it on August 2nd. So I'm going to ask Paul and Sean Mangano to briefly state where they see this and point out that there is a motion. I'm sorry, there is material in your packet. Paul?
Sure. So thank you. Just as a note, they are changing out light bulbs. So if we get turned out into the dark, they're making our lights more efficient tonight. So yeah, this is something that it was generated by the Energy and Climate Action Committee report. Sean pulled it together and made the presentation, has put the motion together in the packet of information. So this is your first reading. If you have questions, we're here to answer them as best we can.
Sean, do you have any comments at this time?
No, just it's the PACE program, stands for Property Assessed Clean Energy. It's a state renewable energy program that helps facilitate energy improvements for commercial buildings, also nonprofits, multifamily with 5 or more units. I know there was a concern raised at a prior meeting about PACE programs in other states. However, this is not a residential PACE program. They actually call it C-PACE because it's focused on commercial parcels or properties. And resident parcels in Massachusetts are served by Mass Save. So a lot of the concerns that people may have heard in other states aren't the same ones that you'd hear with this program. And yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, are there questions or comments? Okay, I'm seeing none. Again, we will come back to this on August 2nd for a vote. The next item is the allocation of American Rescue.
Lynn, I have a quick
I'm sorry, Pat.
I'm
Pat.
sorry.
Please, go ahead.
I don't know if you can hear me. Can
You can.
Okay. I just want to, on the Mass Development website, it makes a statement that Mass Development makes no assurance or certification about registered capital providers. And I'm curious about that. Even with the commercial program, I understand you're saying the residential is taken out, and that was my primary concern. But if they're not making assurances about the registered capital providers, what impact might that have if you on even a commercial or a nonprofit development?
So I can is it okay if I respond to that, Lynn?
Please.
So I can communicate with Mass Development a little bit more, but when we spoke with them earlier, part of the qualification process is you have to work with whoever's the mortgage holder to make sure that they're okay with this going on to the mortgage as a betterment. And then they also have to have qualified lenders that go through some process with Mass Development to provide the financing. And so I think last time I checked, there were 2 or 3 that had been qualified, but I can check in again and see what that process looks like to become a qualified lender. Was there any other questions related to that process, Pat?
Pat, are there any other questions at this point? I think your technology has messed up again. Pat, are there any other questions?
Not right now, but I'm even though you're saying they have some qualified people, so could you find out a little bit more about that?
Sure. Yes, we can bring more information back on that.
If there's other questions, also you can email them to me and the town manager, and we'll make sure.
I'm sorry, I lost my connection. Yeah, go ahead, Lynn.
That's good, Pat. And if there are other questions, email them to the town manager and me, and we'll make sure that we try to get answers by August 2nd. Okay? All right, then we're going to move on to the allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds. And again, there is no action. However, there is a report from the Finance Committee. And so I'm going to call on Andy, who worked very closely with Sean to get the Finance Committee through a very healthy discussion about this. Andy?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try and be brief in what I'm going to say right now, because I think that it's really more important to get questions from the committee. But the Finance Committee was given the responsibility to study process that was proposed by the town manager and finance director, and get back in a very quick turnaround basis. And I want to thank all members of the committee, as well as Sean and Paul, for helping us to get through that such a brief period of time. There are two documents you have. One is the Finance Committee report, and the other is under 8H, which is the outline of the process. It's referred to in the Finance Committee report. It was pointed out to me by one member of the committee, and I think pointed out actually to a broader audience, but that I regret that there was not a stronger connection made and a more obvious connection made between the two documents, and that's something that we'll need to correct for future processes. But we are where we are. The major points are that the ARPA process is really allocating a tremendous amount of money as a grant. It is a grant, and it has to be allocated according to the charter and standard finance process as a grant, which is for town manager ultimately is making decisions on grants, like the community development block grant, which was the original analogy that was made, and it was pointed out that in his original proposal that there's a community development block grant committee that establishes criteria, reviews proposals from the community, and then makes recommendations to the town manager, who ultimately will bring them for comment to the council, and that's the annual process. And the original proposal is modeled after that. What was interesting about that is that as we began to talk, one of our committee members, and this goes back to what Dorothy Pam said earlier about sometimes the incredible value we find from our resident members of the committee, that Bob Hegner in his prior employment had worked with the federal government in establishing the program for community development block grant disaster relief programs. And I guess we can quite quickly analogize what we went through with the pandemic to disaster relief. And he brought a tremendous value to the discussion from the very beginning of the committee consideration, which is how we got to the subject of having an action plan as being a very important part of the process. The other thing that the committee felt very strongly about is that there are valid municipal uses, and that there are also community uses, and the process needs to establish both. And as you read from the first thing, it's divided into two tranches, two sets of funding, and half of it comes immediately and half of it comes at a later date. And so the committee felt, and actually the only motion that the committee passed was that there were a certain group of funds that are identified in a list in the report of fiscal year 22 budget initiatives and fiscal 21 budget gaps, and estimates that we received from Mr. Mangano, and that the recommendation from the committee was that that allocation be given first and very high attention from the town manager. So the rest of it is really goes into the process itself, and I'm not going to comment much on the process, but just be there to respond to questions. I think the only thing that I wanted to point out, though, in particular, mostly because I know that the subject came up in one of those morning edition pieces that they have on Monday morning today when they interview somebody from the State House News Service, and that where it says on the outline under number 6 or under number 5, excuse me, in the second bullet, that we should be looking as part of the action plan at other sources of funds and be thinking about what's not addressed by other sources of funds. There was discussion that was at the Finance Committee about that, and it did actually refer to the fact that there is a tremendous amount of money coming from the state to the state, excuse me, for ARPA purposes. And the state has not yet made the decision as to what that state ARPA funds will be used for and how they can help with initiatives within the town, and that needs to be part of that consideration. And so I wanted to flesh that piece out just so that with that little bit of additional note. And with that, I'll leave it to other members of the committee and to Mr. Mangano to add to it if there's explanation or respond to questions. So thank you.
Sean, did you have anything you wanted to add at this time?
Only that I think the two principles that the committee tried to build into the process was, one, coming up with a transparent process, which is why we laid out the projects from FY22 and then the FY21 potential budget deficit that we have in the enterprise funds. And then the other piece was around community engagement and making sure that we find ways to engage different stakeholders and get community input on these funds, because that's really part and parcel to the whole grant program, is getting that community input.
Are there questions from the council? Alyssa.
Could you talk to us a little bit more about that input? Because frankly, I'm even having trouble keeping track of the documents we've had so far in terms of a June 16th memo or whatever. And so, like, are we doing a central location on this for folks on the website so that they know what we're doing?
Andy, do you want me to weigh in on that one?
Yeah, please.
So we can. That's a good idea. We could set something up on the website focused specifically on this program. In terms of getting ideas, the way the Finance Committee's plan worked is that the first piece would be to do this action plan, which would entail working with department heads, and department heads reaching out to key stakeholders in their area to assess the impact of the pandemic. And that would inform the next steps around what needs are identified and if there's any other sources of funds to meet those needs, and then some prioritization. The next stage, depending on that action plan, could entail an advisory group that would weigh in on how some of the funds should be allocated. But I think your point about having some sort of central point that has all this information is a good idea.
Alyssa, anything else? Kathy. You need to unmute. Thank you.
Got it. Building on what you asked, Alyssa, which was an excellent question. We didn't write extensively on this, but once putting together the advisory committee, which would, at least the timeline that was potential timeline that would happen in January, I always thought we would have a form that said, send us your ideas. These are some areas we've identified, what kinds of suggestions. And it would be getting probably a lot more ideas than we would have money for. 12 million sounds like a lot of money, but it goes pretty quickly. And one of the points of the action plan, and then coming to the next, is there is going to be additional money besides what the town gets directly. So you were at the governor's presentation on for the North Square on how much he's planning of the state share to dedicate toward affordable housing and to home ownership. So there's going to be outside money that potentially is gettable for certain kinds of uses, as well as inside the town. And so trying to sort that out so that we can really say, we want the town's money to be in places where there isn't anything else, or at least supplant it. But the idea, I think, would be to figure out the most efficient way of soliciting ideas that go beyond what the immediate needs of the municipal budget are. And just the one other point I wanted to make about our discussion of the municipal budget was not thinking of it as there's the town plus everything else, but the town is, for many people, relief to the town is relief to the people who live here. So to the extent we can stop the sewer fund from hemorrhaging, it means something won't happen with the sewer rates. So it is direct, there's a direct connection. So I think we meaning Sean here and the town will try to do a good job on talking about why that is spreading it as broadly, and why one of the uses that ARPA put in it is replacing lost revenue that was lost because of COVID, so that you don't have to cut services or raise rates. So making that we're all in it together here in the use of this fund. But that's why there's this two-step process. First, the action plan, then the next step.
Thank you. Dorothy?
Just to second what Kathy was saying, it was made very clear to us that town shortfalls, if not remedied, result in higher rates or higher taxes. And so one of the major purposes of some of this money is, in fact, to get the town on a good financial standing again. And so that's one of the first step, is to make sure that that is done. And then the engagement comes to find out what other thoughts and ideas people might have that would be interesting. But first, we have to get the ship floating, safely. And that is, it's going to be very good to be able to do that, and to get, because this town has a good budget, has a good system, does not run on wishes, but runs on reality. And it'll be nice to be able to get it on a good, strong foundation again.
Thanks, Dorothy. Yeah, Darcy.
Yeah, I would just put in a plug for when we get to the point of having an advisory committee, having some representation of either ECAC or sustainability in general, because the climate action plan could, it integrates, it crosses with different affordable housing goals. And it would just be good to have someone there that would be able to be knowledgeable about how the climate action plan goals could be at the same time as affordable housing goals, et cetera. So just integrating to the extent possible our different goals.
Thanks, Dorothy. Darcy. Evan.
Yeah, just I think two questions, I think. So with regard to the advisory group, I guess I'm wondering, given the conversation we just had a little bit ago about ECAC, about the need to include town councilors, if we're using the CDBG advisory group as sort of the model, that is just a resident committee with town staff support. So I guess I'm wondering why this one should have counselors. I do like the idea of including, or at least opening the opportunity to resident members of the finance committee. And then related to that, I guess I'm curious, it's hard for me to reconcile and key stakeholders as part of the membership, but then say anyone who might be a recipient or an advocate for any potential recipient should be excluded. That seems like, if they're a recipient, that seems clearer, but an advocate for any recipient seems like a hard line to cross when they're considered key stakeholders. So I guess a little bit of clarification on the thought behind some of the membership. And then the last one was of the recommendations, the first one about FY22 budget initiatives. The DI inclusion coordinator and the capital projects manager, are those going to be staff positions that we are going to fully fund through this grant? Am I reading that right? So those are my two, maybe three questions.
Let's start with the last question and then go to the earlier one.
Do you want me to start with that, Lynn?
Sure.
So the DEI coordinator position is a staff position, and as a that was a sort of a half-time position that had another half that was already within the operating budget. And the goal there would be to over the next year or two to bring that fully within the operating budget. So it would start as funded by the grant, but then would be pulled in. The capital projects manager position would also be a staff position. But the thought process with that one is that would be temporary while we're doing some of these large capital projects, and that one could be phased out at the end of 3 years or so.
Okay. And then the other question was really how to cut the fine line between people who are on the advisory committee that are not recipients but are in fact advocates, and whether you see this as a committee that's more like a CDBG committee.
Yeah, I can weigh in a little bit on that one, and then maybe Andy wants to weigh in on that too, because we spent a lot of time discussing who should be on the advisory committee. I think we ultimately decided that counselors should not be on it.
That's correct.
Was where we landed on that one. We were trying to think of how could we come up with a advisory committee that sort of promotes transparency, and we don't have to worry about potential interests in a way that doesn't feel healthy for the process. So I think that's where that language came from. But I do kind of hear the conflict that could come, because we wouldn't have any people on that committee if none of them are advocates for a potential project or two. So we might have to relook at that language and adjust that.
Okay. Are there any other questions of the council? Yes, Andy, I'm sorry, please.
Yeah, the question of counselor membership, we did go back and forth about that for several rounds, and I think one of the things that was originally a concern about it was that we felt that there was a problem if there was counselors who were in the process of running for re-election who were serving on the committee. But then we realized that that was given the timeline that it was the committee was going to follow the election, so that it would be not a contemporaneous thing to the election. But by and large, it was sort of towards the same discussion that came out earlier about council participation in committees, and the only difference on this one is that, and so your discussion as a council is actually going to be helpful. This is making recommendations not for council action, but for town manager consideration, and the town manager will come back twice to the council under the outline to seek input before making decisions beyond the initial one that was already referenced. So if there's strong feelings about, since this isn't a council decision ultimately on the allocation of the funds, but it's a grant allocated by the town manager, do we think that having counselors who are going to ultimately be consulted by the manager before making a final decision creates that same dilemma?
Thank you. Alyssa?
Just something to clarify moving forward, doesn't need to be answered tonight, is because we have so many new bodies that are being created, and I want to give the example that is very unrelated to this in most ways, the body whose name I'm going to forget the name of, that's associated with homelessness, unhoused populations, which is not a committee subject to open meeting law. It's a very different advisory group. And so I want to make sure we're clear moving forward as to what this is, because if it's not going to post meetings, if it's not subject to open meeting law, which is a perfectly reasonable thing to do, like we've done with the thing I've just named improperly, but people assume that a committee means something they can watch unfold. And so we need to be super clear if that's not true, because we've not been super clear about that on the other item. And the other thing is, as we flesh this out for like this future website that's just right now might just be a place to dump these memos, including the memo we've gotten in email, is that at a glance, I think you can all agree that the optics on having a temporary, which doesn't say temporary in that list, of course, capital projects manager of $100,000 versus what's actually, of course, only part of a DEI coordinator position versus extra help at Cherry Hill Golf Course. It just, the optics are weird. So I think we need to make sure we add a little more information into those charts so that people don't immediately start criticizing that rather than looking at what we're actually doing.
Thank you. Shalini?
Yeah, I know we're not going into we're just talking about the process, but I just wanted to acknowledge the email we got from the chamber, because they had a really good list of suggestions over there, like a retail market analysis. We're hearing from so many people about not having enough businesses in retail, and I think spending some money on the retail market analysis, which takes COVID and internet into account, and revitalization of the village centers. And so just putting that out there, that would be good use of our money.
Thank you. And are there any other comments on this? Then we're going to move on. The next three items are under the long-term reservation of or request for permanent changes to the public way. And Guilford Mooring has joined us for these three items. Every one of them has the option of referral. In fact, in most instances, in one instance, a definite referral to TSO. So let's start with the North Pleasant Street one-way from McClellan Street to Triangle Street. And excuse me, I'm so sorry. We already voted, this is a referral, so it didn't require consent agenda vote. And the motion is to refer town manager public way request North Pleasant Street upgrades from Halleck to Triangle Street, dated July 8th, 2021, to the Town Services and Outreach Committee for review and recommendation to the Town Council by September 13th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ryan, second.
Thank you. Would you, Guilford, why don't you come forward, and meanwhile, Athena, please put up the drawing or the map associated with this. Okay. And Kathy, you have your hand up. Or Guilford, I'm going to start with Guilford. Thank you. Guilford?
Can that be blown up, Lynn?
I'm sorry?
All right.
Yeah, please blow it up. Thank you. That's much better. And Guilford?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I'll try to be quick. I know you've had a long meeting. And we talked about this project a little bit on June 7th when you approved the intersection changes on North Pleasant Street at Halleck or McClellan Street. And during that discussion, we talked about, we had some proposals for increasing parking and making some changes and putting sidewalk in on this street as well. So what this referral will do is move this forward so that the TSO can talk about those options. We have options to make the street one way. We have an option to keep it two-way all the way. And then we have options for adding a lot more parking. There's the possibility of adding up to about 25 spaces on the section from McClellan Street to Triangle Street, and then adding another 7 spaces between McClellan Street and Halleck Street. So those are really what we want to talk about and then get a recommendation on what we want to move forward with.
Questions, Kathy?
Yeah. So it's questions and also comments, since I know this is going to a committee that I'm not on. By the diagram here, it looks like to the extent it would become one way, your thinking is it would flow south to north. So you would be intersecting on Triangle Street going into traffic. And if that was prohibited to turn left, that might be okay. But if you could make a left turn there into a very busy street, Triangle Street, where people are just coming off the roundabout, I think it's problematic. There's no signal there, and I don't think we want to put a signal there. So my question is, if it's one way, why that direction, and why not the other direction, where when you come down from the university, quite a few people make a left turn. So they're not crossing over traffic on Triangle, but they just go down it because they then can avoid the roundabout. Or actually what they want to do was go on McClellan. They want to get around altogether. So it's what's the advantage or disadvantage of one direction versus the other? I'd like that to be a discussion. And I'll just list my other one then. The making the street, I can understand why making it one way would open up potential additional parking. I don't think it's a good idea to take away the green border on the building side, because I think when you look at it, particularly if you look at it on an overhead view on Google Maps, that's very protective. It's a nice space that sits there before you get to the sidewalk, and that's not a really wide sidewalk there. So it's a nice feature of that. So I don't think that's a good idea, and I would like much more discussion about it. And then the third thing that's recommended in the memo is there is a sidewalk apparently on the west side of Kendrick Park, and moving that off the park into the street. I don't understand why we would do that. Why not just leave it on the park, since the park's a park and some people are going to walk through the woodsy part of it, and we've got all these nice other walkways. So I would just leave it where it is. So those are 3 parts of this redesign. And Guilford, I understood you to say they're options, but just to be thinking through what we're doing here, just generating more parking spaces, I think it should be weighed against what do we lose by doing that. And part of the reason we're probably generating them is we're about to lose a bunch of private parking over along East Pleasant Street. We've already lost some, but some of the new buildings that will come in will displace some places people are currently parking, even though in theory those buildings weren't going to have cars. So I think we should worry about this mix and maybe require, do something to get the new buildings to make arrangements with these private parking lots and preserve some of them to people park, rather than carving up some of the green space we have on North Pleasant or doing it. So it's those questions. So I'm not against, I think the one way is probably a good idea, but just the question of which direction. And that alone, I think, yields more parking spaces. So I think
I'm going to suggest that we not try to answer these questions, but these are kind of things that we want TSO to be considering when they look at this.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to do, Lynn, is just lay it out so I don't necessarily have to also come to a TSO meeting.
Thank you.
That's my
Joe?
Yeah, my concerns were very similar to Kathy's in terms of the concept plan that we're staring at right now actually doesn't agree with what the proposed changes in the memo on page 2 say, because the concept plan shows street trees on the west side with the green belt there. The proposed memo says remove the green belt on the west side. The concept plan that we're staring at that was included in the memo shows the sidewalk on the east side on Kendrick Park. The proposed changes on page 2 of that memo say move the sidewalk onto the street. And so one of my requests is that we get an actual concept plan that shows the proposal as it's being proposed, not something that seems offset 5 or 6 feet. I am also concerned, and so I'd like conversation about whether we should remove the green space on the west side, because it shows the concept plan shows the addition of street trees, which is shown to reduce the temperature in a warming planet of areas. And so I'd be concerned about removing a spot that we could put street trees to help reduce and deal with some climate change things, even though there are trees across the street. So I want that. And also, same as Kathy on the one-way issue. And then the one other thing that we would need to consider is if we're adding parking here, before we vote on this plan, will we require a public hearing under our public ways policy? And if so, we need to plan for that at some point.
Thanks, Mary Jo. That's a good reminder, so we don't lose sight of that one again. Are there any other questions that people want to make sure that TSO considers? Alyssa.
Yeah, just going to say it wasn't my job to write that down. So you guys need to go ahead and write that down and send it to Darcy.
I've been writing it down.
Thank you. Alyssa, comment? Okay, Darcy.
Yeah, I just had a question from a constituent who asked about why the diagonal parking was front in instead of back in. You know, why that decision was made, because I guess it's not as safe.
Guilford.
So there's been a lot of comments about the drawing we used. This is a drawing we had. It's not exactly what we're proposing. It shows concepts that are there and some concepts that are not there. So it was just meant to show the area that we were talking about. It's not, because the drawing was made this drawing was actually made about 3 years ago. So that's why the angle parking is in there the way it is, because that's what the Cecil group recommended. And then the sidewalk is in the park because that's what Cecil group recommended. But there's also a row of significant trees right where that sidewalk is. So this is just a layout of what the area we're talking about. And then the memo shows you some things we've been talking about that we want to present to the TSO.
Will it be possible when you go to TSO to have the drawing reflect what's in the memo?
What we'll probably do is have something so we can talk about it and draw things out and work with it as we go along. Because it does take time to put these together, and if we keep changing them all the time, it just slows the process down, uses up time. I'm sorry to...
That's fine. I just wanted to... you will allow for a iterative process in the meeting. So,
yes. Did you call me?
Yes.
Okay. So I do remember that at some previous meeting, Guilford did say that the reason he wanted to move the sidewalk was to save a line of good trees. And I understand that very well. But, you know, we're keeping one green thing and then we're getting rid of another green thing on the other side in order to keep parking on both sides of the street. And I think I don't like getting rid of the green street on the west side of the green strip on the west side of the street. I think maybe to do some of the things you're talking about, but maybe parking can only really be done well on one side of the street if you keep the green elements that are there. I just am so nervous about every piece of green in the downtown area, that it's got to be protected in the park as well as on the street, and the pedestrian sidewalk, which is very well traversed. I drive on that street all the time, and I always see people walking. And I see people with kids and shopping carts walking on that street. So I'd hate to see the green space reduced. I understand parking. I spoke up saying I wanted parking near the park so that people could come and do that. But I want the parking to be, as mentioned by somebody else, not to make up for the deficit of parking provided by the buildings on the east side of the street, but to have parking available for people coming to the park. You know, so there are a lot of things to think about here, and you have a lot of good ideas, but I think sometimes maybe there's too many of them trying to do too many things in this one small space.
Are there any comments? Thank you. Are there any other comments? Okay, we can take the things down. We're going to move to a vote. The vote is to refer this to TSO and have it come back to the council with a recommendation by September 13th, 2021. I'm going to begin the vote with, I think it's Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Shalini Bowman.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's and I. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Okay, the next one is North Pleasant Street pedestrian improvements from Pine Street to Eastman Lane. And we do have a map. I'm going to read the motion and look for a second. To refer the town manager public way request, North Pleasant Street pedestrian improvements from Pine Street to Eastman Lane, dated July 8, 2021, to the Town Service and Outreach Committee for review and recommendation to the Town Council by September 13th, 2021. Is there a second?
Haneke seconds.
Thank you. Are there, please show the map, and Guilford, do you want to make a few comments?
So this project has actually been going on for quite a while. So what you see, there's actually 4 sheets of plans, and there's an option plan. So this is what we're actually kind of proposing. And we have been, like I said, we've been working on it for a while. This originally was going to be a multi-use path that was off the road that went behind the apartment complexes and tied into the university down by the cold storage facility. But we just kept bringing the problems. So what we did was decided to change the sidewalks and make some changes on North Pleasant Street. Because of the guidance we now have for making changes to the public way, go to the town council, this is being submitted to you because we're moving bus stops, we're putting in new crosswalks. There's actually an option for a couple intersection changes in here. We kind of haven't settled on which ones we want to do because we have to bring the council up to speed, and we kind of stopped right now. There will be land takings to make this work. The overall goal is to have a sidewalk that's 8 feet wide on one side of the road and at least a 5 to 6 foot wide sidewalk on the other side of the road. And the sidewalks actually will switch over. The 8 foot one's not on the entire west side. It starts on the east side and then switches to the west side, and the other one switches as well. So this is something we've been working on for a while. We just need to kind of get some buy-in on how we're doing. There might be some suggestions to change some things. There's been a big push for lighting upgrades. Lighting upgrades are not on this plan. If that's something we want to do, we could add those on. There is no funds allocated for the project because we haven't got to that stage in the project to ask for money. So this is truly project which needs to go through and kind of get fleshed out so we can keep moving it forward.
Kathy?
I have a series of questions on this, Guilford, and is this getting referred also, Lynn?
Yes.
Okay, so it's my list. I'd like to know, you just gave me more information than I think I originally had. They're 8 foot on one side and 5 to 6 foot on the other. There are sidewalks on both sides now, and I'd just like to know what the dimensions of them are. And I definitely think the crosswalks need to be better lit as a minimum. I would actually make that a priority rather than, and also that needs, because there are a lot of people that cross that street in the night. You can't see them. For some reason, people like to wear all black when they're crossing the street with no lighting. And there aren't any blinking lights or anything to tell you there's a crosswalk there. It's not like the one at Coles Road. So I just had a question about both what sidewalks now exist. You talked about moving a few driveways. I looked up the address of those houses and I wasn't quite sure what it meant by moving the driveways. So knowing more about that. Then my larger question is a lot of this, the crosswalks, the lighting, and if one even needs a roundabout, but the roundabout would be just where Crestview and North Village are. Why are we asking, and should we be asking UMass to participate in the financing of this? Because it really is, it's reflective of the amount of students that are taking the bus, the amount of students that live all along there, both their safety. And I believe they financed a lot of what on University Drive that they did, which is running through their own property. But this is a major plus for the safety and the flow of particularly the people who are living in, it is student housing, is what to call this. It's not resident housing, not the homes, but the big buildings. So are we talking about getting money for that? And the reason I'm asking is we have competing demands for some of this. I was at the JCPC meeting when I thought approved a sidewalk study on East Pleasant. And that street under COVID has a lot of people walking on it, including kids and bikes, because they are using that for exercise and getting downtown. There are no sidewalks there. So just thinking of making improvements here, and I'm not disputing the need for better crosswalks and well lit. It's dangerous right now. So it's my question about the financing source for some of this, because it's a lot of work and it looks fairly expensive. And I don't believe we've ever done the East Pleasant Street sidewalk study. So those are my issues and questions.
Okay. Darcy?
Yeah, I guess I'm just a little worried at the fuzziness of this request. I guess I would prefer, if it's coming to TSO, that there be specific proposals about specific things that are going on in this picture. Exactly what you propose to do, rather than just having a wide-ranging discussion. Because I don't know how we would control that and frame it. Looks like Paul has ideas about that.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, Darcy, because we go back and forth between sort of fully developing a proposal and bringing it to the council as keepers of the public way, and then the council's like, you didn't even talk to us about it, versus bring it to you before it's been fully gestated to get feedback, and then it's not fully formed. So I would really appreciate how the council would like us to deliver proposals like this. If this is too early in the process, that's good. It's good for us to know. it's better to know that earlier now, and rather than bring something that's been fully developed and engineered, and then you come back and say that's not what we wanted. So it's just helpful to get some guidance from the council on how you'd like us to approach that.
Yeah, I would just add that, my first thought about something like this would be to possibly also get a report from TAC about what their thoughts are, because there's some resident experts that might be able to weigh in on it. And along those lines, I feel like 60 days, if I'm hoping we don't refer all of these things for the same amount of time, 60 days, because these could be multi-meeting discussions. And
I think the date is certainly adjustable.
If there's no rush, I don't know why we wouldn't just do our normal 90 days.
If we change this to 90 days, what date would I use?
What would be mid-November, right? Oh no, October, I mean, mid-October.
Okay, meantime, go ahead. Guilford, you had a comment.
Yes, I'm sorry if I kind of led you to believe that this one is not more fleshed out than the first one. What you see on these drawings are what we're proposing at this time. And the TAC has talked about this. It's been through multiple discussions, and this is what we've settled on. So where you see new bus stops, that's where we're recommending new bus stops. Where you see the 8-foot sidewalk, that's where we're proposing an 8-foot sidewalk. The 5-foot as well. The only thing that is truly an option here, and we have talked to UMass about it, is how to change the intersection with the married housing on North Pleasant Street. Do we make that a regular four-way intersection like it is now, or do we do a roundabout when they do the new development in there? So, but what you see is kind of what we're recommending here, and the TAC has seen this and made comments throughout the few years we've been working on this.
Okay. Thank you. Alyssa.
So, my house is on this plan and my crosswalk is on this plan. And so obviously that's fun for being on TSO. So I guess I'm trying to understand, perhaps following on what Darcy said and then what Guilford just narrowed down much more specifically, is prioritizing what sections we're talking about. I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me that we're trying to figure out ahead of time exactly what we're doing. And when you say married housing, I assume you're referring to North Village. That's not what I can think of as a four-way intersection, because it doesn't have any signals or signs. So I'm confused, quite honestly, and I live on this street and I don't quite know what we're trying to accomplish in some of these areas. So maybe if we could get the TAC, a report from TAC about some of these issues and what we're trying to do. And I know my neighbors, when they see this, are going to be like, why are they taking the crosswalk away? And I'm going to say, I have literally no idea. And to understand, like we said, we don't have funding, like where we think we might be clustering the various activities, rather than saying this is like the master plan for this and we're going to decide it now, but we're not going to fund it for another 5 to 7 years. So just some more clarity on what we'll be able to bring back and how you can help TSO figure out how to prioritize our time and our outreach and my neighbors hating me, etc., before we understand what needs to be done first. So like if you're trying to get stuff done by North Village before the university makes more decisions there, or what?
Okay. Sarah?
So this is also really close to me and close to people that are in my district, and I can totally see where we can have a discussion about, that the town council is a keeper of the public way and what would be the best way for the town to present things and how we can be collaborative. I think that if the town is going to give us something, I like it to be specific. That's great. I also, it's difficult to have someone give us something and say, you really don't have any options. The only option could be, like where a crosswalk is. So if there's some way that we could, when it goes to TSO, that we could have a really fruitful discussion about how things like this, how we would work in a friendly and collaborative way with staff, that would be fantastic, because I don't think it's one of those things where I don't think we have any rules about how it happens now. So it makes it kind of messy. So I would just ask if TSO could maybe start like a procedural thing that the next council could have.
Alyssa, did you still have your hand up? Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and change the motion to have this come back to the council for October 4, 2021. Is that okay with the person who made the who seconded?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. All right, then the motion is regarding this whole schematic about the pedestrian improvements from Pine Street to Eastman Lane. And we're going to move to the vote. And it's a referral to TSO. Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Shalini Bowman.
Shalini, oh, there she is.
Shalini.
Muted.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesemer's aye. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Shalini Bowman.
Yes. Sorry about that.
It's unanimous. It's a referral. And again, not back until October 4th. The next one is regarding back-in parking on North Pleasant Street. We need to vote to suspend 8.4. The actual motion itself is we have the option of either referral to TSO or to go ahead and approve. So I'm going to go ahead and do the motion to suspend Town Council Rules of Procedure 8.4 for the current agenda item. Is there a second?
Ryan, second.
Okay, I don't think is there any reason for discussion on this?
Yes.
Darcy?
Is there some reason why this would not, are we voting on referring it?
If we refer it, we don't need to do the suspension.
Oh, yes, but so I think that we cannot approve it without a public hearing. And if that's not the case, please explain why. If it has to do with changing parking. And I know it's a pilot program, but so how could we?
Good question.
Without
Andy.
a hearing.
Right, Andy Jo?
Yes. Our public waste policy requires hearings for permanent changes to parking, and the proposal here, despite not having a date, is for a long-term change to the parking, not a permanent change to parking. And so under the public waste policy, a long-term change to parking does not require a hearing.
Thank you. So in reality, we can either vote to refer or we can vote to approve. Okay, if we vote to refer, we don't need the approval of suspending 8.4. If we vote to approve, we do have to have approval. Alyssa?
So you remember that conversation GOL needs to have about the intersection of 3.14 parking and delivery in the general bylaw and our town council policy on the public way. It says quite clearly in the general bylaw that if you're going to do something with parking, you need to have a hearing. It doesn't talk about long-term or permanent or anything like that. So we can't just depend on the policy on the public way. So I don't, since staff didn't take the time to address this, I'm trying to do it quickly here, and I'm not seeing a reason why we don't have to do this. The only thing I would imagine is that if we weren't going to charge for parking and we were going to say, like, we're doing this for 3 months and we're not going to charge for parking, I think, you know, we could get by with that. But if we're going to be, you know, we're going to actually be investing in this, I'm not sure how we do that without a hearing. And I don't know why staff didn't address that in the memo.
Further thoughts on that one? Mandy Jo?
So I had very similar questions, but I believe 4 spots already existed that were being charged for parking. So you could argue that at least for 4 of the spots, there is no change in parking because there were 4 spots there. It's just they're in sort of a different configuration. I'm just speculating here. I was also curious myself on why, if it's a long-term change, it doesn't have an end date or any type of date at all. It reads as pretty much a permanent change, despite using the words long-term, whatever, long-term change in 4 parallel parking spots.
Paul or Guilford, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, I'll be happy to speak to this. So I'll tell the story. On May 24th, we were all talking about the North Common and how we proposed back-end parking. Several counselors said, hey, why don't we have an experiment of back-end parking? We said, not much, but we got back to the office the next day and said, where the heck can we do an experiment on back-end parking? So we went out and we looked around, and lo and behold, if you look at picture 1, in the packet, we said, because of the way this area is laid out, Athena, can you put picture 1 up? Thank you. We said, because of how we have the dining laid out and everything, we actually have enough room to do an experiment right here. And we're like, well, are we sure we have enough room? So we made these little temporary marks, just kind of measuring and figuring out how it would lay out. And we're like, yeah, we do have room. And then we were going to come and we talked to the town manager about it. But then what happened in the interim is residents said, hey, let's try out this temporary back-end parking area and see how it works for ourselves. So we started to have people park here, and they parked in angled parking. They parked in the wrong way. They parked in the right way. There was one person who refused to do angle parking, just wanted to do parallel parking the whole time. So we realized that we just confused the whole area, and we need to mark it out. We need to sign it. We need to set it up. And we did it under the town manager's ability to do it as a temporary experiment. There were meters there. There were 4 meters. We have 2 new spaces now. The reason there's no time limit in doing this long-term experiment is that it can only stay there as long as the dining is there. So if you leave the dining there, it can stay. But once the council says you have to get the dining off the street, which will at least come in November when we clear the streets from dining, then we'll change it back to parallel parking. So it was kind of we were trying to plan this out and trying to get ahead of it. And what we did was we caused it to happen faster than we wanted it to happen. So now we have this little area, which now everyone parks in the right way. They all back into it, and people are getting really good at it. And it's a nice little experiment. So that's why it's kind of come to you this way, and it hasn't come the other way. And I apologize for that, but it just kind of started as we just want to find out where we could do it, and then it just took off.
Okay, I'm open to suggestions, but one of the options is that we pull this from the agenda the way it is. We have a hearing on how is this going, and then we bring it back for a vote or referral. Thoughts? Alyssa?
Unfortunately, my hand was still raised from before, and I honestly, with that added little bit of November, so we are definitely planning to remove the barriers in November, right, because of potential snowfall. So we can't do this anymore in November, so we have to move really quickly, because this is, when we say long-term, what we really mean is between July and some date in November.
Correct. Alyssa, you're muted. Maybe you wanted to be.
You want me to be.
Okay. All right, George.
Yeah, I don't see why we need a public hearing for this. It seems pretty straightforward. These are 4 spaces that we can try and experiment on to see if the what's going to happen on North Common is going to work. It sounds like at the moment the results seem favorable, but I don't see the reason for all this elaborate process in this case. This is not really what the public waste policy, I think, was designed for. And so I would hope that we could just vote on this tonight and let Guilford's experiment have its way, see what we find.
I'm going to put a sign out there, Guilford's experiment.
Yes.
Dorothy.
So this is a question that's probably got an easy answer. This is possible because of that wooden thing for the outdoor dining.
Yes.
But the parallel parking, backing in parking we're talking about is at the North Common. Is there something like that barrier at the North Common that would create the same sense of safety?
Yes, ma'am. When we build the bus stop on the North Common, there's going to be a little jut out, and that's going to provide a little bit of safety that's going to provide the safety island for the people backing in.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Kathy.
It actually was that going to be part of my question. This is a great experiment, and a bus will be in the way of the back-in parking as well, right? Guilford, it's not just the bus stop. So we've got what's nice about what's happening right there, and I've watched people getting in, is there's only 1 lane of cars coming in. People are kind of curious about what's going on, and they're very they're not super anxious to zoom past as opposed to turning right away into a lane. So I think it's a good experiment to show you people in Amherst can back in parking, and there may be other places we can do it. I don't think it will prove that spot when we turn off the intersection, bus stop, and have to park backwards, the bike lane is all going to work. So that's just a warning, but I'm happy to vote on this tonight because it is working really well, and it gave us some extra spaces that have been removed because of the barriers. We took spaces away with those barriers. I think it's good.
Thank you. Alyssa.
So if I will be told that the bid/chamber are okay with this, so we aren't going to run into a problem with doing it and then having them be upset that they feel like they didn't have any notice of this. And if we put an end date on it and we pick a date in November that it's going to be pulled out, then I'm willing to, as George said, I believe, dispose with our general bylaw and our policy and just go ahead and do this.
All right. I'm going to suggest then that we vote on the following. To suspend Town Council Rules of Procedure Rule 8.4 for the current agenda item. Was that seconded?
Yes.
Thank you. Then we're going to vote. Kathy, did you have another comment? Thank you. Then we're going to vote on this. Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Shalini Bell-Milne.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
I'm sorry, I have a point of order. Are we voting on suspending the rule, or are we voting on the actual thing?
We're voting on suspending the rule.
Just double checking, and aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont,
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Johanicky,
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Evan Ross,
Aye.
George Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Okay, so then I'm going to move on to the following. To approve the long-term change of four parallel parking spaces in front of 37 to 51 North Pleasant Street to 6 back-in angle parking spaces, and to approve meters for the new spaces with rates set at $1 per hour with a 2-hour limit and enforced from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And somewhere in here, I want to say for not to last longer than November 30th, 2021.
You would add that in after the words long-term change.
Okay, so
until November 30th, 2021.
Until November 30th, 2021. Is there a second?
Second, Ryan.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, so this time you're voting on the actual change, which is an experiment to November 30, 2021. Okay. I'm going to start with Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Shalini Balmilne.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Guilford, thank you for joining us and hanging into this late hour.
Thank you, and sorry to take it so long.
No, it went fine. There are no, I'm going to quickly go through the committees and tell me if you have other things you want to comment on. Mandy Johanicky for CRC.
Nope.
Kathy for elementary school building.
No, other than just to update people that the MSBA approved our request for services for designers. So we are expecting to get proposals, the people who are interested in doing this back at this point on August 18th. So that process is moving.
Thank you. Andy, Finance Committee.
Nothing further.
George, GOL.
Nothing further.
Darcy, TSO.
Well, we have the referrals that we just got.
Okay. And any liaison reports? We've already approved the minutes. Town manager's report, Paul.
I don't have anything much beyond what was already written. If there are any questions, I'm available.
Are there questions? Shalini.
I had a question about the outdoor dining, and can we leave? I mean, like, what would be the place to have a discussion about leaving it and allowing for outdoor alcohol serving?
So to make the outdoor dining permanent, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a public way discussion. And I think the permit, Chris may know this, I think that it's permissible. We're allowed to keep it as we have it through the end of November, end of the calendar year, someplace at that time.
I think it's the end of the calendar year.
Yeah. So we're allowed to do what we're doing now until the end of the year. And then if it's going to go back or it's going to stay there, then the council would have to say we want to keep it.
So we can ask for alcohol being served outside.
Alcohol is different. I'm just talking about use of the public way for
Right.
to allocate for outdoor dining.
Yeah.
Alcohol, I don't know what the rules are about that. I'd have to check into that.
Okay, thank you.
Kathy.
I have one question that was in your memo and one question that wasn't in your memo because I just heard about it today. The North Amherst Library, is the estimate that we're going to get our construction bids being requested yet? Is there kind of a timeline? I'm getting asked this, and so rather than just sending you another request. Yeah.
So our advisory committee is meeting this week. We have funding to go through construction documents, which is probably going to take until mid-September to get the construction documents completed. We will then go out to bid, which is probably about a 2-month process, which takes us to mid-November. At that point, we will see if the anonymous donor wants to fund the cost of the project once we have the bids in hand. And if the anonymous donor says yes, we will then continue to move forward with the construction, signing the construction contracts once we have money in hand.
Okay, so the timeline is a September and a November. Those are the two working days right now. Then the other question I had is, I just got a notice on the North Amherst intersection that there's going to be some work done there adjusting timing. So is that also, there have been a lot of, I think they've come to you about, can we fix some of the delays? Is that, have we been collecting information so we know the cars going in direction, the north-south direction seems to be the one that's being freed up? And can we have seasonal variations? So when UMass is here versus not? So those are maybe questions you can't answer right now, but I got a flurry of emails. Did I see this?
So I did send an email to the town council earlier today on that. That has a little more detail about why we're doing it. It's just a couple sentences. So so basically it's to increase the flow north-south and to adjust it. So what was needed is a piece of equipment plus the software upgrade. The reason it came about so quickly is that the programmer happened to say, I can be in your town tomorrow. Do you want me to do it? And we just said yes, versus waiting a month or two for them to get here. So that's why there was such short notice on the work being done.
No, I think that will be much appreciated. And it's, originally when we talked about the smart light, it was going to be mainly the east-west direction and the north-south was going to flow because they have turning lanes. We were kind of surprised to even see the turn signal there, but it's longer probably than needed. I think that's it. And the only other question I have is in relationship to this parking lot that we own in the garage. How do I request to know for one way or the other, the Boltwood garage, whether it's structurally capable to build on top of it or not? I've gotten mixed answers. So should I just put a request into you, and somewhere in town, we spent $5 million on what we've got. And I just want to know, it may not be a preferred site for a garage, but we're getting questions on whether can it be built on. And I'd like to be able to answer with some yes or no, not just on a hearsay that I heard someone say this or that. So that's a request.
So we can't give you an easy yes or no answer to that question without doing an engineering study. I did happen to speak to former town manager Larry Schaefer, who gives his regards to people who knew him back when he was here. And he said, oh my goodness, it was built to handle the second deck. The issue for us right now is that there are other things that have happened in the intervening time that might prevent it because there are now outward facing businesses that we might not be able to have a garage take up the entire space as what has been there before. And since there are now residences nearby, so there's a lot of complicating issues. But in terms of the structural capacity of the existing garage, I think before we did anything, we'd have to do an engineering study.
Okay, thank you.
Dorothy.
So that's it.
Well, following up on that, people would like that engineering study to take place because people write to me all the time about that, and everybody has a different reason why it can't or should be built on. I think we just need to find out, which means we need to get an engineering study. We need to look at the space provisions around it. But my question is about something in your town manager report. On the last page, crosswalks and Pleasant Walk. Work to rebuild 3 existing crosswalks on North Pleasant Street has begun. And these are funded by a grant from the grant writers and some capital funds allocated for sidewalk improvements. And I just want to make a really, really clear statement that it has been now at least 3 years that the very dangerous sidewalks from North Prospect to Lincoln, which are a very public part of town, walked on by numbers of people, students, people, shoppers, whatever, that has not been fixed. We build new sidewalks, and I agree with all the sidewalks that you've built. They all have good social reasons. But when is some existing sidewalk going to be repaired? You know, I walked you through them. I sent you pictures. We've done everything except, break my neck on it. So please, sidewalk money for sidewalk repair, not just sidewalk creation. Thank you.
Alyssa?
When it comes to the garage, we've been talking about this for many years. And so if maybe you could give us at our next meeting a sense of how much that engineering study would cost, because we know you don't just have the money for that lying around, and to know how many tens of thousands that would be comparatively to, as you indicated, many businesses have now oriented themselves toward that space in a way that we did not assume would happen when we didn't immediately within a couple of years put a second deck on. I think that's really important. But if it costs $100,000 to do that study, I'm not sure if everybody really does want to do that or not. When it comes to the North Amherst Library, back on page 7 of your report, you mentioned that there was going to be a meeting in the first part of July. And did I miss that, or is that still being scheduled? And I'll skip on to my next thing. I know we just got the email very late today, but we'll want to let the community know what our mosquito rejection means in terms of our reality and like all the other communities that are impacted by that, et cetera, because we did have some very enthusiastic writers associated with that. In terms of, I was just checking to see if it appears we have made it to CNN, and I don't think we have, and it might be pushed to another night. But then the other thing I wanted to have a way for the council to think about, how to talk about, is how do we follow up on things? Because we passed the African Heritage Reparation Assembly charge on June 21st. The charter indicates that when we know of an opening that we're supposed to put it on the bulletin board immediately. We did it 3 weeks later. And that to me is not at all acceptable. So I would like to know what the council thinks we should have our expectation be in terms of how that should work, find out realistically how it should work with town staff, and so that we have the same expectation moving forward when we take an action, that it actually be executed according to our charter and to what our community expects. So that's a future topic of conversation, perhaps.
And we literally got the mosquito control thing while we were here, and we obviously don't have time tonight to investigate it with any intelligence.
No, I meant to just let us know soon. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions of the town manager? Seeing none, then I'm going to go to President's report. Athena, would you just put up the list? I've been trying to map out the rest of the year. I'm not trying to do that tonight. I do want to just share with you the items that I presently have. This is not coming out of tonight's meeting because there's obviously things that shifted because of tonight, but on August 2nd, I've seen the following items, and then on August 23rd, the following items. This is just the beginning of a list, and I just ask counselors to let me know if they see items coming forward that I have not included here. And you don't have to do that tonight. Okay. And I will mail this to people at the end of the day, and we will also add it to the packet. Kathy?
Len, I have a question on the demolition delay. Is the origin of this the planning board?
I'm going to need to refer to, well, Mandy Jo, did you have an answer or shall I go to Chris Brest?
Go to Chris because she knows better than I didn't realize she was still here.
Chris.
The origin of this is with the Historical Commission. The Historical Commission is putting this forward, and I believe they're going to be discussing it at their meeting on Wednesday of this week.
Okay, so my question's on it. It's coming from them. Just so will we be seeing, we the council, be seeing something that has not yet been discussed by CRC or the planning board?
Mandy Jo.
CRC has seen an initial draft of what the Historical Commission said they were going to propose. CRC has said it does not need to see another draft before it comes to the council. I think, but Chris can answer this, I think planning board's in a similar situation, but Chris would better know that.
Chris?
Planning board has seen a draft of this, but they haven't seen a revised draft. So they will probably want to see a revised draft. So this may or may not come to the town council on August 2nd. I think it's got some work to do, but this was an estimate that I gave to Athena, I think it was last week.
Yeah.
And currently we're thinking maybe the 23rd makes more sense for demolition delay.
That answers the question, Lynn. I just think it would be good before we refer it out for hearing that we feel that at least the planning board has weighed in if they wanted to make some changes or have some comments on it, that we're not just jumping over that step. So thank you, Chris.
Thank you. And Kathy, yes, we will move it to the 23rd if needed. And it sounds like we probably will. Dorothy?
On the demolition delay, I do know that there is an issue which has not been adequately discussed at the planning board, and that is the change of who helps make the decision as to whether something is in fact of historical value. And it used to be somebody from the Historical Commission, and now it's just any planning board member. And that has not really been fully discussed.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
Can I correct a misstatement there?
Yes, Mandy Jo.
So the planning board has nothing to do with the actual bylaw as written. The planning board has no say in demolition delay issuance or determinations at all. What Councillor Pam was referring to is a potential proposal by the Historical Commission to change or to alter who makes a determination as to whether a building is significant or not. And that would, under their proposal, and remember, it's the Historical Commission bringing the actions on a bylaw, they are the ones that they follow and are tasked with following, that they are proposing, at least the last draft I saw, that determination be potentially made by at first by the building commissioner, and then after that by a potential group of people. That draft may have changed since CRC saw that, but the planning board has no role in demolition delay issuance at all.
They still hold a hearing.
No, the planning board does not hold a hearing on demo delay. It's all within the Historical Commission.
Got it. Thank you. Chris, did you want to add to that?
I just wanted to say that the current proposal says that the first decision, which is the determination of historical significance, would be made by a staff person from the planning department in concert with a designated member, or a designee named by the Historical Commission. That's the way it's written now.
Actually, thank you, Chris. That is correct. And somebody did speak to me about that, because the fact that but a person from the planning department does not say a person with experience in historical structures. And the person who spoke to me about it was concerned about that omission. I did get it mangled. So thank you, Mandy, and thank you, Chris. but there is an issue here which some people are quite concerned about.
Okay. Kathy.
I just have far be it for me to say you're missing from something on an agenda, but did I miss a step? Do we not have to do an evaluation of Paul this year? Do we?
We are moving that to October, to start in October.
Okay,
you didn't miss it. It's just not happened yet.
Okay, I just remember it being one of our summer fun exercises.
Yes, and we thankfully aren't going to have that summer fun. We're going to have the fall fun.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Alyssa?
One of the things that maybe could be just clarified as that demolition delay continues to wend its way through, I think one of the things that has been confusing for people, certainly has been interesting for me, is that maybe it can be answered right now. It's coming out of the zoning bylaw and going into the general bylaw. So even though the planning board did not actually, we have to remember, the zoning bylaw is not just things the planning board does. And so even though it was in the zoning bylaw, it was not something planning board did. It was, however, in the zoning bylaw. It's my understanding the whole point of, well, one of the points of this is to pull it out of the zoning bylaw and put it in the general bylaws. When we remove some things from the zoning bylaw, do we have to have a hearing about that?
Yes.
Sorry. Yes, we do have to have a public hearing about it. The planning board would be holding a public hearing when it's referred to the planning board by the town council.
Thank you for that clarification. Darcy.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. One is, was it the August 23rd meeting that we agreed we'd have a special public comment regarding the polling places?
It's August 2nd. And I wrote this up before we agreed to that. But I have my notes.
Yeah, I'm just, would it be better to do it on August 23rd?
I think we're trying to get it done as soon as possible so that the town clerk can make sure people are notified.
She said that she didn't need to do it until the end of September. And I guess my point is that August 2nd is only
it's 3 weeks away.
3 weeks. Yeah. From the perspective of getting the public the information, obviously it's better a longer period.
I will check with her, and we'll do it either the 2nd or the 23rd, but we did indicate it would be the 2nd tonight.
But we could change that, and that wasn't anything we voted on. But the other thing is the issue of the town manager goals, and I know that's not on here, but I just have a question about we're coming up with the goals at the end of the year. We switched the schedule to be more the calendar year than the fiscal year. And I'm just wondering if we're leaving the goals for the new council to put in place. The evaluation of the previous year would be done by us, and then does it make sense for the new council to create the goals, town manager goals?
This is a discussion that GOL started having, and then we decided to move the whole process to the fall. And then other things changed, including the membership of GOL. And so we need to get it back on GOL's schedule.
Oh, this hasn't necessarily been decided or recommended. Yeah, it just occurs to me that those are two different things now.
Yes. Alyssa?
Those things have to stay together. They are not completely separate things. And I don't remember us ever agreeing as a council that we were going to change the calendar that severely, but it happened. And we do not leave the town manager with no goals for several months while we're waiting for a magical new council to show up. Those things all fit together along with our budget policy guidelines from the finance committee through the town council. So we can't just keep pushing things off to the new town council. So I really hope GOL will get back to that and outline that for us.
Agree. Any other comments on this? Are there other future agenda items? Are there other councilor comments? Alyssa?
Sorry, under future agenda items, when you send out the next list that's for longer than August, which I really appreciate the detail you've given us on that. But when you add the longer one, if we could look at potentially the town council meeting of November 8th for an election debrief, specifically including any polling location changes, I think that would be really helpful to make sure we go ahead and get that right while we've just all been through it.
Yep. Thank you. Darcy?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up again the ranked choice voting issue. I guess I wasn't clear about the fact that we had made a choice, or maybe someone could correct me on this, but the way that it was just recently described to me was that we had a choice and that we don't necessarily need to get legislative approval to add this to the charter.
I'm going to ask Paul to address this. I never, until Mr. Anderson spoke, had ever been led to believe we could pass anything for ranked choice voting without going to the legislature.
Well, that's what I thought, but he says that the Attorney General...
He is incorrect. Alyssa?
It would be helpful to have that written down because he is obviously believing one thing and we believe it to be another case. So double checking with KP Law and writing it down would be great.
Thank you. I'm more than glad to do that. In fact, I had planned to be in touch with Mr. Anderson after this meeting because he has now stated this twice and I think it's misleading. Kathy?
I thought we had also heard, just related to this, that parts for the voting machines we need to buy to do this aren't available. So we won't get the machine. So we won't get the machines until November, and we can't train people on them if we don't have them. So could we just find whether that is still true, that there's been a delay? We ordered them, but we received there's been a delay because what's happening with automobiles and everything else. Some parts are not available. So.
Right. I have had this conversation with the town clerk and with the town manager. The parts that we need for the voting machines have been ordered, but we do not expect delivery until sometime in October, maybe early November. And as you may recall, as a council, when we discussed ranked choice voting and we discussed the fact that it wasn't just delayed because we gave an extension to the commission. It was also delayed because once it landed in the legislature, they were going through a leadership change. That led to committee leadership changes. And because of COVID and that leadership change, and particularly on the House side, the organization of the legislature was very slow in happening. As a result, this did not get referred to a committee until sometime, I believe, in about April. And as Alyssa knows, because she was very helpful in working through some of the testimony, actually Mandy Jo, myself testified, and I'm sorry, Alyssa, yours was something else. Mandy Jo testified, I testified, the chair of the Ranked Choice Voting Committee testified, Joe Comerford testified, and Mindy Dom testified. I included my testimony in your packet about 2 packets ago. The bottom line is they still haven't reported out of committee, and therefore there's been no vote in general. and therefore it has not gone through the rest of the steps. When we talked about the whole thing back in December, when we passed our motions, which was also descended through the legislature, we said if this does not pass by June 30th, there is not sufficient time to do the voter education and the education of the poll workers. In addition, the machines are now also a problem. So it is unfortunately not, it's just not going to be able to happen in time for this coming election. And it's not any one specific's fault. Darcy.
Yeah, that's another point that Mr. Anderson had made is that there are other options other than getting new machines, or that we could use our existing machines by doing.
I will investigate that further, and I know that Sue has also seen those emails. And she is also was here this evening when that was discussed. But I don't believe that that's a viable option. Dorothy?
I want to back you up on that. I think the last thing we need is confusion about how ranked choice votes are tabulated and who tabulates them. So I think we need our own people to do it with machines that we control.
And if you want to talk about confusion, then when ranked choice voting will come into effect on the next local election, but at the next statewide election, we will have new districts and new precincts. So we have a lot of voter education coming up before the town of Amherst. Again, I will look back into all of this so that we can properly address Mr. Anderson's comments. Are there other questions, future agenda items, comments from the council? You can take down the sheet, please. Anything else before we close? Then the meeting is adjourned and it's 11:36. Thank you.